That's it. amigos que estão com uma playlist de vídeos? Esses dois? É, acertou. Ok. Cadê você? Esse headset vai chegar próximo aí. Vai embora lá.
Valeu. Aí a pilha você dá um toque, né? Beleza. Aí eu canto pra você, você canta pro seu operador, o seu operador atrás.
Vamos fazer uma mudança.
PR, CDCA e CRA. Temos um portfólio completo de produtos financeiros, que inclui mesa de derivativos e câmbio. Além disso, atuamos de forma integrada na cadeia de distribuição das agroindústrias. Com inteligência setorial, por meio de pessoas dedicadas, acompanhamos tendências de mercado e atuamos com protagonismo. Isso inclui a agenda ESG, que é parte importante da nossa meta de compromissos até 2030, por um futuro mais leve. Porque nós, do Banco BV, acreditamos no agronegócio sustentável que ajuda a mover o Brasil.
Mais do que alimentos, o campo produz desenvolvimento, para quem está longe ou perto. É lá que tudo começa, onde se colhe a história e se planta o futuro. É o lugar em que a evolução vem da inovação, conectando a terra e a tecnologia a todos os lugares e a todas as pessoas. Crop Life Brasil, conectados pelo campo, juntos pelo futuro.
Nós da Bayer temos o compromisso de contribuir para o amplo acesso à saúde e à alimentação. Aqui na divisão de Crop Science, somos uma equipe global responsável com foco em pesquisa e inovação. A sustentabilidade é o valor que nos guia. Como uma das líderes do setor, temos o dever e a responsabilidade de enfrentar questões climáticas para a proteção da biodiversidade. Inovação é outra prioridade. Oferecemos aos agricultores as melhores soluções a partir de uma combinação única de sementes e biotecnologias, proteção de cultivos e ferramentas digitais. É nossa missão também utilizar a tecnologia para unir e alavancar dados de nossos produtos e operações. Nossa paixão pela descoberta nos motiva a não desistir de buscar as respostas necessárias para termos um futuro melhor, com saúde para todos, fome para ninguém.
Você sabe o que é um FIAGRO e no que ele investe? Os FIAGROS vieram para facilitar as empresas do agronegócio a acessar o mercado de capitais e assim aproximar ainda mais o setor dos investidores. Funciona assim. O fundo faz uma captação no mercado com diversos investidores que buscam investir no agronegócio. Após essa captação e com o dinheiro em mãos, o fundo, com a sua equipe de gestores especializados, faz empréstimos para as empresas inseridas na cadeia do agronegócio. Quando as empresas fazem os pagamentos dos empréstimos, o fundo fica apenas com a taxa de administração. E, dependendo do fundo, uma taxa de performance, que são taxas pré-acordadas e que não irão mudar durante a vida do produto.
Nosso fechado, nós falamos besteira, né?
O rendimento é repassado aos cotistas do fundo. Além disso,
Você que está ouvindo a gente.
podem oferecer diversos outros benefícios para os investidores, como a distribuição de rendimentos isentos de imposto de renda para pessoas físicas, investimento inicial baixo, diversificação setorial e regional dos investimentos, seleção experiente e focado no setor, diversificação na sua carteira de investimentos com alocação em um setor tão importante para o Brasil, e as cotas, em geral, são listadas na bolsa, proporcionando liquidez diária aos investidores.
tá ouvindo alguma coisa ou nada, né?
Quem vai me dar o start inicial aqui? Bom, eu tô esperando alguém aqui, só tem os palestrantes sentados nas cadeiras. Deixa eu caçar alguém aqui. É, o amiguinho do Vitor. Peraí.
Todos estão microfonados aqui. Preciso microfonar eles e o passador de slides.
Tá, são 3 microfones aqui comigo.
Tá, são 4 pessoas.
Tá, eu pego um.
Tá, e o passador de slides? A gente precisa agilizar.
Tá, o passador tá aqui.
Fábio. Sumiu o povo daqui.
Não. Eu. 016, né?
O nosso diretor aqui.
Você que vai falar primeiro.
Meu amigo, bora? Tá. Gente, é estranho esse cara falando aqui. Sei lá. Não, mas eu acho que na hora que ligar isso aqui vai acabar aquele som ali. Acho que é por isso que mandaram por isso aqui. Né? Porque...
Na hora de falar pode levantar, né? Não precisa ficar sentado.
Ah, fica como você quiser. Acho que pode.
O rapaz falou que você botar o fone e você falar, tem um delay, Ia dar uma tontura, né?
Gente, o nosso diretor sumiu. Que vai liberar a gente.
Ela segue o padrão sustentável.
Cadê ele?
Então o mercado interno, que é 3 vezes maior do que o mercado externo, pode ser
Ó, pessoal, ali a tela.
Boa tarde. Todo mundo.
Good afternoon, can you hear me? So, good afternoon, Datagro, Dr. Plinio, the entire Datagro family, our friends who can participate in this event, in this panel, and I have a very good team with me. I have 3 people with me today who I know that have a lot to talk about natural resources and sustainability. It's an honor to have you here with me. I have Ricardo Faria with me, who is the founder of Faria Grange and the founder of Insolo, and he's the owner of this company, which is one of the largest producers of eggs in Brazil. So thank you for being here with us. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a privilege to be here with you. Good afternoon, Leontino. Good afternoon, Plinio. Good afternoon to the entire audience who is here with us. I would like to start. Ricardo, let me just present the other participants quite quickly. I'd like to present Leontino Baldo, who is the director of the São Francisco plant, natural from Sertãozinho. And I was talking to Francisco because the United Nations included his business as one of the 30 most sustainable business in the country. So it's a great thing to have Leontino here with us, a person who does such an amazing job. We also have Roberto Pini, who is Director of Agricultural Development of the Nova Era Institute. And Roberto is an agronomist, graduated by Exalc, and Roberto is a very well acknowledged specialist in agroforestry projects. So I'd like to give the floor to Ricardo, and before I give you the floor, I believe that the subject here, that is the water and soil preservation. I'm also a producer in the countryside of São Paulo and Mato Grosso do Sul, and I believe that we producers have spoken quite often about preservation. And why is that? Because I'd like to mention a point here, and I believe that there is something you should also mention, the work of Embrapa. we are very much guided by science and research, and also low carbon livestock. I think that this continuous search that we have towards productivity, and it touches the point of productivity and fertility. So the precision agriculture, the preservation of soil and water, which is the subject of our panel, and the direct plantation and the low carbon absorption. There's also a very frequent point that is being mentioned, that is the reduction of impacts with the use of defensive products. I think it has to do with what you commonly say. I think that we are more and more looking for more efficient molecules, and there is also the point of biotechnology and bio inputs. I think that the producers of today are looking for that, and there is also the point of sustainable livestock raising. Well, so Ricardo, just so that we can start, this is why I have mentioned all these subjects, and I'd like to give you the floor now. Okay, so again, thank you. I would like let me talk about the things that we do at the Faria Grande and in Solo.
De ovos do Brasil.
We are one of the largest producers of eggs in Brazil, and we have a daily production of 10 million eggs. Around 14 million birds that are spread around 20 granges in Brazil, and in Solo is the junction, the merging of two companies, Terros and In Solo, that creates the 5th largest set of lands in Brazil, where we, in the next harvest, we intend to plant 180 million acres of land. So how can that survive? You can imagine that In Solo is located in a region that is called Mato Piba, and this is a region that has a water stress that is huge. This is where we are located. Some of our areas get less than 1,200 millimeters of rain per year, and still In Solo is able to harvest 2 crops a year. So, and in these areas where we get our crops, we intend to reach around 60,000 hectares of corn being planted. So all the subjects that were previously discussed regarding sustainability, soil profile, organic fertilization, and without which In Solo would not survive. So basically, this is our group in numbers. We have around 110,000 hectares, 10 million eggs a day in regions where a long time ago people were not thinking about planting, and very little time ago people were not thinking about having 2 crops being harvested a year. And we have finally overcome these old paradigms and proved by means of a lot of research, a lot of science and technology and investments that yes, it is possible to get these results, because technically the soybean plant, when it's well distributed, it needs around 500 millimeters of water, and the same applies to corn. So the thing is, how can we fit these things here in terms of the soil and fertility so that we can get a good result and a plausible result? I'd like to stand up for a while so that things can get more exciting. How does In Solo do that? The first of our motto is the digitalization. I like to say that you cannot execute agriculture in such large areas. Can you imagine that we have a farm that's called Ipe, and from side to side it has 100 kilometers. And if we look at the off-season crops and the regular crops, we plant more than 100 hectares. How can we know what we are doing without digitalization? What can we do about that? We have the 4G technology available there, and in Solo, at the Ipe farm, we were proud enough to have become the first farm that is 100% 5G in the country. And what does that bring us? This gives us convenience and speed when it comes to managing the equipment throughout these very large areas. So we are able to work on a maintenance in a faster way. We avoid overlapping. And what is the advantage of not doing overlapping, Leontino? We save on diesel costs. We compact the soil less. So by means of the digitalization, we can reduce the occurrence of overlapping in more than 80%. We are able to improve the use of these machines in 20%. We are also able to reduce the consumption of diesel in 30%. So these are all sustainable measures that, by means of this unified study and an available technology, we are able to use these resources so that we can finally achieve a more sustainable agriculture. The second point that we would like to mention here has to do with the precision agriculture. Try to imagine what are the cerrado, these biomes here in Brazil. These are soils that are very old, which have suffered from the weathering effects throughout the years. We should not forget that we are in a tropical region where it rains a lot during a certain period of the year, and the sun is very strong on these regions. These are very unfavorable areas to this effect of weathering, this weathering process. So with the use of precision agriculture, we are able to provide more nutrition, more limestone to these areas that demand more of these inputs. So we have all areas being monitored in divisions of 4 by 4 hectares, and we can generate these maps that points to us the use of our inputs in a more assertive way. Another point that I would like to mention to you here, InSolo uses currently more than 40,000 hectares of area being fertilized by organic fertilizers that are truly 100% fertilizers. These are the result from the manure of chicken plus the addition of phosphated rock and the development that took us so long of certain microorganisms that are specialized in solubilizing these phosphated rocks. So there are several of our areas, considering these 180,000 hectares, in 40,000 of them we are using organic fertilizers so that we can improve the life cycle of the soil. We enhance its profile as we enhance the distribution of the fertilizer, because it is quite different when you use a soluble fertilizer, a water-soluble fertilizer, where after the third occurrence of rain, the most of the effect is dispelled, is cancelled. You should not, be scared if in a single night 140 millimeters of rain hits the soil in one of these areas. So the use of organic fertilizers that have their solubilization at a slower pace. This is much more interesting than simply using fertilizers that are water soluble. And you can ask me, why, Ricardo, don't you do everything? I mean, if you hadn't enough organic fertilizer in your region to use that. Yes, absolutely, we would do that if we had that available. Try to imagine again, let's go back in time just a little. For us to explore the agriculture in areas that are under these risks of water stress, we should have very good soil profiles. So people at Mato Grosso that have a large availability of water have profiles around 10, 15, 20 centimeters. We at Insolo, we employ 40 centimeters. So our use of limestone and organic fertilizers and even soluble fertilizers is slightly greater than in other regions in Brazil.
But this allows us, in a region where our relief is very favorable, to have an off-season crop, while other areas they harvest 1,000 hectares per machine. Some of my machines in Piauí are harvesting, Leontino, more than 6,000 hectares this year. So regarding another something that I would like to mention here, something else that I would like to mention here is that defensive products, organic defensive products in Solo today uses in more than 25,000 hectares 100% organic defensive products, letting go completely of any type of chemical defensive products. And in the 880,000 hectares planted, any type of organic fertilizers. So in all of our area, we use at least some type of organic fertilizers, and in 25,000 hectares, we use 100% organic fertilizers. And again, the same question, why not 100%? Because for such, we need training. These biological defensive products are different from chemical products, because the chemical products will kill any kind of pests and fungi, and eventually we'll have on our crops. The organic fertilizers, the biological fertilizers, we need to start applying them before. So this technical knowledge of our team and development of the supply chain over time, the expertise of the employees and operators regarding the type of fuel that we're using is as important as the use and development of these chemical fertilizers themselves. So for us, it's a continuous improvement process, but it's also a continuous process of gathering more knowledge. So this is our big challenge within Insolo, is to gather this internal knowledge and apply it to our human resources. So our goal in this sense is very bold. Last year we have 12,000 hectares of that we used only organic fertilizers, and this year we have 25,000 hectares, and next year 45,000 hectares of areas in which we use 100% organic defensive products. So this is a little bit of our development program regarding these defensive products, the reactors, how it all works, and 100% of the production of these organic defensive products are on farm. We don't use any multinational company or to assist us with this production. So with this development, all the research is done internally. Also, an important subject to mention here, there's been a law project recently on the Federal Senate, which they wanted to prohibit farms from developing their own biodefensive programs. And this is not right, this is not cool, but the good news is that in an organized way, by means of all of our organizations, institutions, associations, we have discussed this subject, and they have already agreed that farms should be prohibited from commercializing these defensive products, not developing them. So this will generate a lot of knowledge over the next 10 to 20 years. If we have 5,000 people, for example, developing these products, or if you have 5 or 6 multinational companies developing, I think it's much more intelligent, much more reasonable to really have more people have access to this and be able to work with these products to develop them. And 14 times cheaper. Yes, thank you. Excellent contribution. So I'm going to tell you some figures now that sometimes people make some confusion here. ESG with cost increase, and this is not true. ESG and sustainability and cost reductions and increased productivity. Let's say we have our own record this year after the massive use of organic fertilizers. In the same area, we harvested 66.5 bags of soy and corn and an average. So the use of these organic fertilizers and the use of biological defensive products, it's not linked to reduced productivity at all. If implemented correctly and a well-balanced way, it's a win-win-win situation. The consumer wins because it's a healthier product. The producer wins because has better productivity, and the soil, the microbiome of the soil will also win because it will be recovered. So second crop as a rule, right? Within our company, the company has adopted that we want to have 50% at least as a second crop. Of course, respecting all of the specific windows. And for that, it's a circular economy, right? That includes the digital world. There's no sustainable agriculture without the digital part. We really need the speed to grow our crops. When we have the best windows, when the rain season starts, we need to start quickly. And when the product is ready, we need to harvest it and then again plant again, grow again. And this means a lot of carbon credits for us. This also means that we're able to produce foods on a smaller areas, more foods in smaller areas, and less fuel consumption, and more food with less suppression of the natural vegetation. So for us at InSolo, this integration between soil and the environment and water is very important. If let's say that we have 1200 millimeters, if I had only one crop, I would use the resources much more other than if I had two crops. And just to wrap up here, I would like to talk about inclusion, about diversity, which is something that is extremely important for InSolo, which is the definitive inclusion of women in the agricultural business. And we're not just talking about inclusion, that we have a manager there and she's a woman. No, we have women in all of our sectors inside the company. We have women, for example, operating the tractors. We have women at our human resource managements. For example, the manager who developed the biodefensive project is a woman, and we have women also at our workshops, mechanical workshops. So we have approximately more than 20% of inclusion of women in the workforce, which in the agribusiness is extremely high. We've been being awarded as best place to work successively in the agricultural sector year after year, and our policy of inclusion at Insolo is part of our DNA and is part of our roots. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Ricardo.
Thank you, Ricardo. Great presentation. At the moment that we are living in our country, a lot of unemployment, 33 million people below the line of poverty, and you're talking about inclusion, diversity, more than 20% of women in your workforce. This is really special. I like just talked about the best place to work as well, but you started talking about agriculture 4.0, 5.0. You talk about precision agriculture and other things that Leontino will discuss as well, organic fertilizers and biodefensives. That's great. So now, Leontino, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leontino. I'm a stubborn guy, and I was born stubborn, and I'm gonna die stubborn. I was born in a farm, and when I was 7 years old, I was holding one fishing rod with on my right hand, and on the left hand, I was holding a rock, and the alligators came to get all the fish that I caught. So I had that rock in my hand. Alligator 3 meters long. I was 6, 7 years. There was no supervision. I was there catching the fish and throwing the rocks at the alligator. So I was kind of Mowgli, the wolf boy. So to fish I used to catch the fish with my hand as bait, and they would bite my hands, and I would pull the fish out of the water. And I thought that was great. My fingers were all bleeding when I got home. They get all inflamed, but I used my hand as bait to catch this fish. So my connection with nature comes from my childhood. I don't see nature. I am part of nature. I am earth. I am the soil. I am the animals. And then, well, we go to the city, we learn English, we study agronomy, learn a lot, came out of the agronomy course, and started working in my family business. We had 2 power plants. After 3 years working, I said, hey, this sugarcane burning is absurd. This is not right. Talked to my father and my uncles of traditional Italian family. We had to arrive at the power plant at 4:30 a.m. 20 years, no holidays, no Saturdays, working until Sunday and until noon. We need to harvest the sugarcane raw. It's the most efficient plant to remove carbon from the air. If you produce 100 tons of sugarcane, you need 3 kilograms of nutrients. 99.5% is biomass that you're removing from the atmosphere. And we would burn the sugarcane because there was no other. And my father said, let's see what he can do. I was 24. And if I'm able until 70 harvest the raw sugarcane, then it's okay. The harvester was really bad at the time, and so there's a mechanic. We started changing the machine, and the factory owner didn't believe that they would harvest the raw crops, and until we did it in 1989. I got other machines, adapted them as well. In 94, we would harvest 70% of the area, one of the power plants of raw sugarcane, when any other producers even have this type of machine. So this created a law in the state of São Paulo, which was based on a study that I conducted for the ministry. And now it benefits at least 45 million people in the States. But when I was 29, I looked at that and I said, wow, what am I going to do now? I should be 70. Everything happened so quick. So now I'm going to try to remove the herbicide. And let's remove the chemical fertilizers. And then I said, wait, let's produce organically. And I studied about organic production, and I realized that Britain sent Albert Howard. He was accredited from Cambridge. He went to India to introduce chemical or fertilizers in India, which was invented by Justus von Liebig, a German chemist, and he came to the experimental station there in India, and he grew all the plants and took the chemical fertilizers, sulfate, nitrate, and phosphates and so on, and he had problems in everything, pests in everything. And the native Indians who were working there said, it doesn't happen at my house. And what do you use? Yeah, I don't know. Here, each house has a cow. The cow is sacred, so we get the cow droppings, and we mix, we do the compound, and we use that as fertilizer. But why do you use that? I don't know. My father did, my grandfather did, my great-grandfather did it. And why didn't they know it? They didn't know because real agronomy came from the Middle East more than 2,000 years ago. I'm not going to say the name of the agronomist, but he created agronomy there in the Middle East. So they produced peaches the same way as we produce peaches today, but with the expansion of the Roman Empire, where Romans they went there, they learned these techniques, and they systematized it, and they imposed it to the worlds that they conquered. And during this time, for 700 years, agronomy did not develop. It was based on these Roman manuscripts that taught how to produce these products, but without any development. Agronomic development came back into fruition in the United States when they used limestone and obtained great results, and then came to Europe. I'm going back to that in a second. So when I saw that, Albert Howard came to Europe and created the organics production system based on the traditional system that was already existing and used the cow droppings. So if I'm going to produce without herbicides and chemical products, I'm going to have to have a livestock cows there Okay, I was able to harvest the raw sugarcane, but now we need a lot of livestock to enable our organic production of sugarcane. So I was lost as an agronomist. I was lost. I entered the forest there, which is sacred for me, and I was lost. And I started to dig the ground, and I saw that the ants did not eat the leaves. There was a natural order there. There were some rules there. You eat who eats who, when they eat. So I needed to study nature to understand how this works. And I realized that if you're able to protect the plants, that's where you have life in your soil. So I had to bring the life from the soil to the agricultural environment and feed it. So I started not using fertilizers with the sugarcane, but just feed the soil, because there's some intelligence there. There's a connection in all of this environment. And I started studying, and the first thing I learned is that Europe were the protagonists of this modern agriculture between 1865 and 1867. There are several debates about two great scientists, Justus von Liebig, who defended chemical products, and Julius Hensel, who also a reputable scientist. He said, no, let's grind the stone and use it in the field because we have life in the soil, and they will oxidize this rock and will provide fertilizers. And he was right at that time. Both were right. But the military state was a military state, and they prohibited the book that was launched by Julius Hansel, which was only launched 130 years later, 1992, and incentivized the chemical industry to produce chemical fertilizers, which were doing fine at the time. But the problem is that you didn't have the chemical analysis to qualify and quantify the fertilizers and the doses to use. You have to do the soil analysis, and you bring this to the lab. And you bring it to the lab, it interferes with the titration methods of Julius van Billing, which we learn in the agronomy lab. So you take the samples to an oven, and you burn the whole soil to analyze the chemical part. So kill the most important piece of information that was there, the biological information. In 1867, when they privileged this system, we limited the agricultural and agronomical universe to the chemical part and left the biological and physical part aside. And we started to see the chemical thinking in the world. And this way of thinking, was predominant until 1940, with chemical fertilizers being used in North Hemisphere and countries with temperate climate where the weather protects the soil. So their effects were not studied as well, not observed correctly. But as of the 50s and 60s, there was the Green Revolution, some technological package that systematized all this technology and allowed it to apply at large scale in every continent in the world. And this was disseminated in the tropical countries.
The Green Revolution preconizes 4 aspects: the use of chemicals and fertilizers, the high degree of soil compaction, the use of customized products like a Roundup or some different products that can be applied in many different crops, and genetic enhancement that gave a huge contribution to agriculture. So when that was applied, it had a huge success. We can say that there was an exponential increase in the productivity because the active biostructure of the soils had been preserved by the traditional production systems. It used to be very common to produce in Europe having goats and sheep eating on fields, eating the remainings of certain crops, and then fertilizing the soil with their manure. So from the decade of the 1950s, we had an exponential increase in the productivity, but we began to lose the active biostructure of the soil. And what is that? There are bacteria, lichens, and small insects that produce a sort of protein glue that form small spheres that are called lumps. These lumps adhere one to another, and that gives to the soil its spatial geometry, which will determine the water infiltration levels and how much water it can retain. So forest soil can retain up to 450 liters of water per cubic meter of soil. Our soils are losing its biostructure and therefore are losing the ability of retaining water. So what have we learned? This glue, after 60 years of intensive and chemical agriculture, this glue is dissolving itself, and soil particles are being dissolved, and the clay is beginning to clog the gaps of the soil. So now in direct plantation we are seeing that the soil is collapsing. It is losing its ability of retaining water. It is being eroded quite easily. It is losing its ability of sustaining life. This is the long-term impact of the Green Revolution package, as Ricardo mentioned. So I had to study for many years. I studied for 12 years how life was formed in Earth, how lichens and other organisms were developed. So I studied Darwin, I studied Alexander Humboldt. So I had to study all these things to understand that throughout the evolution of life on Earth, there is an order, there are rules. And I realized what were the standards, the patterns, and I began to develop agricultural practices that meet these requirements. I call these patterns and practices as ecologically compatible practices. So there is a continuous monitoring of productivity. This is a work that is done together with CPC of Copersucar, and we against very large sugar producing groups. They send their productivity levels per variety, per type of soil, per production environment, and our production throughout the last 26 years is 25% higher than the average of these groups, and we don't use any chemical fertilizer whatsoever. And we learned that for you to increase the level of organic matter in the soil, you have to decompose lignin naturally. And another very important point that we found out was that when you feed a plant naturally, it activates a mode that is called photosynthesis. So these tissues that are constituted in the plant, it is almost impossible for bacteria, fungi, and insects to digest. When we found that, we learned to sort of manipulate the physiology of plants. And when you fertilize a plant with urea and certain agrochemicals, and this plant has to metabolize products that are not natural. It spends energy, and therefore it builds short protein molecules to form its tissues, and there are free amino acids in its sap. One of the fruit flies is attracted for up to 14 kilometers of distance by these substances that are produced by the plant. So we found how to activate a sort of a secret resistance mechanism in these plants. We handle around 50,000 hectares of sugarcane plantations. We have spent almost 5 years without finding a plant that was being eaten by ant or any other insect. We have no termites or other insects. If I had more time, I could explain to you all the science behind what we are doing. And this is something that we barely see in the mainstream agriculture, because the evolution of living organisms throughout history, throughout the geological eras, happened by means of collaboration. When we isolate agriculture as being a merely chemical activity of nature, we have prevented the collaboration of fungi, bacteria, and animals. Just for you to have an idea, 90% of plants in nature, they depend on relationships with fungi. They allow the presence of fungi in their roots, in their cells, and they allow a mutual relationship where these fungi are deeply present. So a tree that has its radicular presence around several meters around the root, it can then exploit an area that can reach several kilometers. So that is essential for the maintenance of an ecosystem. And why don't we promote this symbiotic cooperation in agriculture? And we have been doing that in our agricultural practices for 25 years, and we are producing 25% more sugar cane than in conventional practices at a cost that is 25% lower. So I will be glad to answer any questions. Thank you, Leontino. That was very good. Water, okay. Ricardo began this panel and you have contributed, and before I give the floor to Roberto, you mentioned practices that are ecologically compatible. I think that's quite important. The natural order of nature is quite interesting and refreshing to hear that. The life in the soil, this intelligence that the life in the soil has, and this connection. But I think that the most exciting thing that you said is that you don't see nature, you're a part of it. I really want to thank you for bringing that. Would you give me just one more minute? Yeah, sure, 2 or 3 more minutes. I was talking about results in terms of productivity, but it's been 20 years that we could not be, trying to sell ourselves. This is not something that our marketing department tells us to do. This is about the results. I looked for Embrapa for a satellite monitoring, and we had a cooperation agreement, and since 2002 we have performed the largest study on vertebrate fauna on agricultural practices, and there has been the collaboration from 17 scientists from many acknowledged institutions here in Brazil. We have doctors in ecology, zoologists, and these professionals have quantified and qualified the fauna. They found out that the entire network that is present in a natural forest was reconstituted by this single crop of sugarcane. They found out that the wolf has where to go when he wants to find certain food, and if you change the environment of production, if you change the landscape, you can cause certain disorders of behavior to these wolves. The problem is not about having a single crop or 2 crops, but it is how you handle it. It is about the management. So in Europe, people say, oh, soybean is bad. No, there is no bad plant or soybean or whatever. There is bad practices of management of these crops. We have wells that were drilled up to 30 meters in depth, up to the stone and rocks. We have vacuum pumps getting water off these wells and comparing the quality of the underground water with other springs, and the quality of the organic sugarcane plantation we have is even better, because we have a bioreactor with 20 tons of straw being decomposed naturally, and that helps to purify the waters. And there we find microorganisms like amoebas and others which metabolize chemicals that come with the rain. So yeah, we do have the monitoring of the qualification and quantification of the ecosystem services, because the soil should be providing ecosystem services, and we are monitoring that with national and international institutions, of course using scientific methodology. Absolutely fantastic, Leontino. Great.
Pessoal animou aqui de te ouvir. Passar para o Roberto. Roberto.
So I'd like to give the floor to Roberto. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to say that it's a great privilege and honor to be here with you, participating in such an important conference, a historical event that has as its motto food security, climate change, and sustainability. And these are all subjects very important worldwide, and yeah, finally sustainability. I'd like to present to you in this panel, there is the sub-subject that is how can we use better and preserve natural resources, water and soil. So following this logic, yeah, there's sustainability of the agricultural practices for us to be able to preserve the environment. It's not only about the preservation of natural forests. There is the RED mechanisms of non-degradation of preserved areas, and it's quite important that we have agricultural systems that can be much more sustainable. If we are talking about sustainability, we should be thinking of a tripod. Sustainability can only exist when it is environmentally feasible, but also when it is economically feasible and when it is socially feasible. Just like the stool that I see in front of me. If you take one of its legs, it can't stand up. So it is a challenge talking about new paradigms, because we should face certain habits and knowledge that, can be quite traditional. I can imagine my colleagues in the same age as I am. Very few of them are open to these kinds of innovation and challenges. And most of them ask, how can we feed the world with these organic, fancy stuff that you have? I mean, the challenge is huge. Come on, there's a absolutely huge challenge. So, in this sense, talking about challenge, we have an enormous challenge next to a giant in Solo, for instance. They have around 180,000 hectares, where they are making the transition to agroecology in a wonderful way. They are producing fertilizers, biological fertilizers, internally in their own farm. They are... Sorry, I was speaking slightly far from the microphone. So they are creating an entirely new paradigm that is practical, sustainable, and profitable in a huge area. On the other hand, we have a man who deserves the Nobel Prize of Science. This man has spent years of his life studying the living things and living science. I feel touched by it, because he had to go to the forest. He had to understand how nature works, and he was then able to create what he calls an ecosystem that revitalizes the agriculture. And at his farm, not only the vertebrates, there are many jaguars, which is the apex of the food chain there. So he managed to get everything that is good. He's more profitable, more sustainable, at a lower cost than his competition. So that's amazing. I think that we should be proud here in Brazil, because we're not only protagonists of being one of the largest food producers, the third largest food exporter in the world, but we are also a leading country when it comes to many sustainable technologies, sustainable innovations that have brought hope of reaching a more profitable business, of having more social inclusion, and having much greater environmental sustainability. I'd like to mention now that Brazil is a pioneer in direct plantation, non-till planting, and there is also the crop livestock forest integration, which reaches around 3 million hectares in Brazil alone, and this entire area is now under a transition to a more ecological practice, where there are certain cultures and activities being rotated, and even people who don't really care about ecology are using these practices because they're more profitable. So look well. This is what we have here. We can remember what Ricardo Faria said, that he had to give a better qualification to workers, to labor, and the inclusion when he mentioned the higher presence of women. So this kind of agriculture requires that when it is compared to a purely chemical agriculture.
Leontino mentioned he employs 15 more workers than conventional sugarcane farms, and this is wonderful. This is something that really calls our attention. It's something that is impressive all around the world, because we have today 2 billion people starving, and we're going to discuss this later. I would like to focus here on our specialty, which is what we dedicated our work, and it's part of Instituto Nova Era, which is syntropic agriculture, which believe that it can encompass all the senses of sustainability, so it's the highest level of sustainability ever. It still has great challenges and of being able to scale into a corporate scale, to scale it up in syntropic agriculture. It's really hard to do so because you need a very sophisticated labor. The association, Leontino worked with me a couple of years, and he felt it in practice. He saw that when we had a more complete process, that we had more fertile plants and more productive plants. Here I'm showing some pictures that illustrate this integration between the livestock and the forest. Some pastures here with some forests in between. Here's soy with eucalyptus strips. And here is the qualification courses. To be able to work with agroforestry, you have to qualify your labor. You need theoretical courses with basic principles, with elementary language, and then go to the field where the Brazilians are really intelligent and they can learn it in practice real easy. And we are then later able to qualify these employees. Inclusion is not only necessary, and it's labor intensive. We need to include them, and this can really help with the social sustainability. In addition, our syntropic agriculture system and agroforestry system is very good for small families, for small producers. So it can be disseminated and can be used and have thousands of families working with this rural partnership systems. And this is a very good Brazilian institute. It really works well, and people get empowered. They become associates of the institute, and they become responsible for the work. And they're not there only to tag in their clock. They work on Saturday afternoon because they get benefit from the crop, from the profit. And Sunday as well, they will work even Sunday. And then the producers can tell their wives, now we're associates. So it improves our situation because now we're associates of this institute. and we are able to have a better future with that. Here are some pictures of agroforestry. You can see here an abundance of vegetation, of fertility. There are different types of arrangements, infinite types of arrangements. It depends on your interests and depend on the ecosystem and the biome in which you're developing your crops. You can see here the integration. You can see the lines of trees with corn and with broccoli and different vegetables. And here, this slide, we can see the success after 5 years of this agroforestry system in terms of soil fertility. It's amazing, it's huge, and it really, what Leontino mentioned here, really happens. Ricardo Faria and Leontino talked about the science behind it, but the fertility of the soil and the profitability increase. And I'm sorry, I can't see here. Let me just check my notes. Regarding profitability, there's no doubt that the system is more profitable, and the challenge is those who doubt it should go visit one of these farms. You can see this as one of the how to do this regenerative and sustainable agriculture. We have hundreds of entrepreneurs and with hundreds of and thousands of hectares working with this regenerative agriculture, and very strong here in Brazil. And the important point here is that we don't want to criticize agribusiness as it's implemented today. It's solving a problem. It's trying. Many people don't know that there are other alternatives. They don't have the vision that these alternatives can be possible for a new paradigm. And our mission, especially the Instituto Nova Era, we propose to better the world, to serve as an example, and to show this to everyone. There are several examples in our country for entrepreneurs who really want to see this happening with more profits and more sustainability, not only environmental but social as well. And I think there's one more thing that I would like to mention. To break these paradigms, we need to do what Leontino did and what Ricardo is doing. You need to be bold. You need to have this entrepreneurship boldness, which made people leave the caves when we were cavemen. You need to be brave. You need to know that if you're an entrepreneur and you want to move into an unknown system, there's no manual of operation to have this agroecologic system. So they need to follow this path of learning, in which the business plan that they did in the beginning is not going to work so well. So sometimes we have to. The costs are higher than expected, but you see, with operational data from our farms, a lot of obstacles. But these entrepreneurs, they need to be bold, they need to be brave, and they have to have the intelligence and the culture to learn that they're going to overcome this, because they're developing a new technology to improve the whole world. And with that, they will have the benefits, and they reap the benefits and the awards in the future. I don't have much more to comment here. I'd like to Leontino and Ricardo to complement anything if they want to. There is no doubt to use and preserve the natural resources, water and soil. We really need to maintain this tripod of sustainability. I didn't change all the slides here. Sorry. I just talked about my presentation, but that's what I wanted to say. And environmentally and economically and socially, I would like to emphasize one important point here. which is a piece of good news. I talked today with Minister Ricardo Salles, Minister of Environment, and Ricardo Salles was the former minister, Minister Joaquim. We're going to the ministry, we're going to gather a group of entrepreneurs, scientists, and agronomists to help them with COP27. I told you, Leontino, right? Because we're going to show the world that Brazil has technology to regenerate degraded areas in Amazon, because the environmental world is just saying that we are not accountable for climate change and burnings in the Amazon. Although 85% of the Amazon is preserved, we want to, at COP27, show that we not only preserve the Amazon, we have 65% of the Brazilian territory with their original native vegetation preserved. We are the world champions in preservation in terms of ecology. We are now developing some solutions to regenerate these degraded areas from the Amazon, because it is important to do so in a profitable way and in a sustainable way environmentally. So we're going to start to include 25 million people who live in the Amazon to have dignified life. So thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Thank you, Roberto. So this is we're reaching the end of our panel. What Roberto said complemented what Ricardo and Leontino said. It's what Roberto said brings a history about the agroforestry systems, these consortiums, soil fertility. He talked about what Leontino was discussing. And something that is important is regenerative agriculture. You have been discussing this and talking about this a lot. And something that, Roberto, you talked about a new perspectives for agro, right? And you are important for this view. So now I think we have a few minutes. I would like to ask Ricardo and Leontino to give their final comments because we're over our time here. So Ricardo, it's your turn. Yes, this evolutions in sustainability, they happen over time with a lot of research, training, and scientific knowledge. This doesn't happen by means of activism or there's a good example, which is Sri Lanka. It's a beautiful country, and by means of some policy, they decided so that whole agriculture was from overnight organic. This is not going to work. We have examples of over 10 years of development and research. These evolutions, they take place gradually and with consistency. And so don't believe in legislation that is going to solve our problems and will bring us solutions overnight. These things take time, and they require the directives of each company, the beliefs of each company. And behind all of this, a lot of research, a lot of development, and a lot of science. So to contribute with so that people can really work and have a different perspective inside their companies, but we don't have to worry only about activism or fashion, because this is not overnight. It's hard work. Thank you, Ricardo. Yes, I was going to mention everything, but I was going to say about something else, but after he said, I want to continue with the same line of thought. It's not activism, it's not laws, it's knowledge. What we need is knowledge and the disclosure of this knowledge. I'm 62 years old, And when I was 50 years old, I had a way of thinking. I thought that I can't keep all this knowledge to myself. We need to share it. I need to share my knowledge. I was much more arrogant. I need to be more humble. I need to learn about other cultures. And after all I learned about my business, sugarcane, we sell 110 tons of organic products, but all organic alcohol used by Natura, Veleda, the Body Shop, is produced by us at Usina São Francisco. It's 18 million liters of alcohol in perfume bottles. That the cosmetic industry want to incorporate this sustainability to compensate eventual liabilities. So at 50 years of age, I had to test myself because everybody said, sugarcane is easy. That's easy to do with sugarcane. And the first thing that I had in my mind is I'm not against chemical products. I'm in favor of going from a situation that is not so good to another situation that is better. And then we can go to see a different situation that's even better and so on. It doesn't need to be organic. So my challenge is, if I'm good at agronomy, I want to have the greatest chemical challenges in the world. I want to solve them. And coincidentally, I know if there's a conspiracy of the universe. After some time, I started writing. If I'm going to apply this in some other cultures, I wrote it for 10 years, 15,000 pages. I have the illustrated manual. It's only no server. It's hidden, where I did the scientific basis for the chemical, biological, and mechanical, organic. Everything's there. And this conspiration of the universe, a great producer called me and said, "Hey, we need to hear from Sapezal and have an issue that this year we applied 25 times of fertilizer and cotton, and it's ugly. Things are ugly here. I need help. Here it looks like a Novartis or a Syngenta factory. Can we visit your factory, your plant, to know a little bit what you do?" And they were amazed, and they hired me as a consultant. Finally, they were able to hire me a consultant, and I volunteered them to go there, and I went to Sapezal, União do Sul, many cities, and I provided my contribution to them to create a regenerative agriculture project. It's a conventional project, not an organic project. And they applied it to 126,000 hectares of soy, corn, and cotton. And all the principles worked with the sugarcane, worked there as well. It's been to teach you that I'm going to plant soy. And I plant soil from organically, and I didn't have to apply any biodefensive. And we filmed it, and the pests could not digest the crops because of the same way as some other pests. And we did the same thing with corn. So then I said, okay, now I'm ready to help you. I did it with soy and corn, and we created a factory, and they applied so much acid fertilizers that consumes the organic matter of the soil, especially urea and potassium. You can use 1,000 tons of organic matter in the soil. It's not increase the organic matter in the soil. It has to decompose it biologically. And urea as well will consume your organic matter and acidify your soil. They were applying 10 to 12 tons of limestone per hectare, and 70% of that is just to neutralize the acidity that is being inputted by the acid fertilizers that we are importing. So we're sending money abroad to acidify our soil. Then we have to use more limestone, and this reduces the natural resistance of this plant. So the rate of limestone use it ends in 40 years, and in our sewer we have nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium to bring it back. So we start using our waste and the sewer from the cities. We won't need a lot of fertilizers. We can reduce our dependency by 60%. I talked to mayors, to governors, and who is interested in using such sewer and such waste as fertilizers? Who is interested in that? Using biodefensives instead of insecticides. The use of products that I can produce myself at the farm other than patented products. And just to finish, I ended with that consultancy and 10,000 hectares in citrus in another place in the state of São Paulo. So 19% sent 0.5% of organic matter. I removed the acid fertilizers, planted. We are using nitrogen from the air. We are sending it to the citrus. So it's this year they're reducing 16 million reais in fertilizers. Productivity increased, and the organic matter came from 0.5% to 2%. They fixed millions of dozens of tons of carbon in 3 years. They have a smile on their faces.
Oh, and that was done only once. Thank you, Leontino. Amazing. So, people have come up that I should be completing and wrapping up our session. So, Roberto, we have only 1 minute for you. Okay. Well, looking at Leontino speaking with such property about what he has to say, so Brazil, I believe, is ready for a new age of the agricultural development. I'd like to wrap up the panel saying that since 2009 I began working with the qualification of rural workers, because I think the inclusion is really important, because we have dozens of millions of people below the poverty line. These were people who suffered with the rural exodus, and there are also 2 billion people starving, people migrating, who are desperately trying to enter first world countries so that they can no longer starve. So I believe that the inclusion of rural workers is a global emergency that should be addressed. Thank you, Roberto. That was a privilege.
Vamos ouvir pouco sobre
that should be resolved quite soon.
boa tarde a todos de novo.
Again, good afternoon to everyone. Well, problems they happen, and I'd like to congratulate the staff who's organizing such an event, and that's no simple thing. And well, we apologize for this slight hiccup we had. So today we'll talk about circular economy. I already mentioned the impact that it has on the need we should be considering of reviewing our processes of consumption. The food industry is a very important chain of this link of this chain for that to be observed. As I was saying, the industry is a sort of an intermediate. It demands products and consumers demand what they want. Consumers are much more conscious today, and we are consumers after all, really. We have become more conscious, and we want to save the earth we have. We don't want to deplete all the resources we have so soon. So it is economically feasible for us to learn and improve our processes. Therefore, we brought 4 important companies: Bayer, Ambev, PepsiCo, Kerry, and have I missed anyone? No, PepsiCo, Bayer, Kerry, Ambev. Yeah, I mentioned them all the 4 companies. And I invited these companies to speak about what PepsiCo is doing, and for that we'll invite the ambassador Roberto Azevedo, is the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer of PepsiCo and Chairman of PepsiCo Foundation. Please, Roberto, the floor is yours. Okay, but before that, I'd like to present each one according to their speeches, what they have to present. So the idea is for each one of the participants, the speakers, to speak about what they are doing in their companies, and in the end we can have a final discussion on what we understand of what we have in common and so on. Okay, Roberto, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Valdir. It's a pleasure to be with all of you in this afternoon. Well, I think that the subject couldn't be more current. Because, well, why are we talking about this subject at this moment? Because the food production system is under pressure. Clearly, that is true all around the world. PepsiCo, I'm not sure if all of you know, but more than 60% of the PepsiCo revenue comes from food products, and therefore we feel that we have a role to perform so that we can help solving the problems we are facing in the global food system. And there are conjectural factors such as logistical factors, several structures that were present in the logistical point of view, and now we are suffering with aspects such as the Russian-Ukrainian war, and well, sometimes it's quite hard for us to place a product inside a container because the carrier company wants to know what are the companies related to that product, what are the inputs, so that they can be sure they are not keeping any kind of relationship with countries or companies that are being sanctioned, and that complicates matters of price and timing and so on. And there is an expectation of reduced crops and like important inputs such as barley, wheat, soybean, and these are products that are very often originated in Russia and Ukraine, and all these aspects cause the FAO to make an estimate of a price increase around 22%. And well, that is already considering very high levels, 22%. And these turbulences are very impacting, especially in developing countries. I believe these are contextual factors that we can overcome with time, but structural problems are much worse, and the climate change is most likely the worst of these aspects. We see nowadays a much higher frequency of natural disasters like natural fires, droughts, hurricanes, floods, and these things are happening like almost every year. This is quite concerning to companies that depend on a good working of the climate, and we understand that an average increase of 1 degree Celsius can reduce important harvests like wheat, corn, and others in up to 10%. And we can see that around 1/3 of carbon emissions in the world, they come from the agricultural sector. And that is like a never-ending cycle. The more you have carbon emissions, the more you reduce the yield, and then you have to have larger areas being planted, and this is a never-ending cycle that you cannot escape from. And how can we solve these problems? One of the solutions that was being mentioned in one of these presentations was the aspect of regenerative agriculture. And to talk about that, we must explain what it is. What is regenerative agriculture? Well, it doesn't have a clear-cut definition. There are many forums discussing that. And what is the difference of regenerative agriculture and sustainable agriculture? What are the differences here? And as to regenerative agriculture, it seems that we are reaching a sort of a consensus. The first is the sustainability of the soil and then carbon sequestering. There is also the preservation of water resources, preservation of biodiversity, and improvement of the life quality of people who live in the field. At PepsiCo, I believe that we have adopted a program that is called Positive PepsiCo, and regenerative agriculture is at the core of this program. This is a program that transforms the company operations from end to end. When we look at the production, the distribution, manufacturing, distribution, sales, and management of waste post-consumption. Well, I said that regenerative agriculture is core to this program. And why is that? Because the agricultural footprint of PepsiCo is for around 25 commodities that are being produced in 3 million hectares of plantations in 60 different countries, with 250,000 people being reached by this program. And another important point is that for PepsiCo, agriculture is responsible for 34% of our carbon emissions. And this is not quite easy to control. The conclusion that we can take from these facts is that PepsiCo will not reach its carbon emission neutrality target if regenerative agriculture is not adopted by its suppliers. So what have we done to promote the adoption of the regenerative agriculture by our suppliers. So the first thing is investing in advanced technology. When it comes to irrigation, for instance, we are developing technologies in partnership with other companies that reduce the emission of carbon and methane in around 60% in the planted areas. These technologies are being used today in India, Vietnam, United States, and that has helped reducing the usage of water in up to 50%. Investments in the circularity of the potato peel. So we get this potato peel and it supplies around 70% of the energy that is consumed in our plants. 3/4. Furthermore, the waste of the potato peel that is used to generate energy is transformed into fertilizer. This reduces carbon emissions in the production of potato in up to 70%, besides reducing the waste. There are also some advanced techniques in rotation, crop rotation, and so on. Producers try usually to employ what has worked in the past. They rarely try to look for risky innovations, especially those that require investments. So we have this model that we are implementing all around the world, and it's called Sustainable Demonstration Farms. We have 3 of these farms in Brazil, and there is a short video that I'd like our colleagues to play to us. I'm not sure where the image is going to be displayed, but well, let's see if it works out.
Nós, como companhia, temos propósito ainda maior do que apenas produzir alimentos de qualidade. Entendo que nós podemos promover a sustentabilidade e trazer resiliência à agricultura. E por meio das demo farms, nós realmente conseguimos fazer isso. A gente traz tecnologia ao agricultor, a gente busca novas oportunidades e a gente realmente promove a troca de experiências.
A produção de hortaliças se tornou segmento importante dentro da nossa atividade, na qual nós ainda estamos hoje, na produção de diversas culturas que de certo modo se complementam e que ajudam muito na longevidade da atividade como um todo. Na PepsiCo nós encontramos um parceiro que tem a mesma filosofia de trabalho, a mesma visão da atividade agrícola, que preza pela produção de modo sustentável da matéria-prima que ela usa na indústria, que são as batatas.
So just to have an idea of what we've been doing, but the important thing is that we need to think what is lacking, what is missing. What do we need to do to really complement this transition from traditional agriculture to regenerative agriculture? And evidently, producers are the key part in this process, and they can only do this transition if they have some benefit out of it, get some benefit out of it, right, from this transition. And this translates into financial results, financial conditions, right? So this transition from this traditional agricultural to a regenerative agriculture, this benefits in terms of financial accountability, they will appear in 3 to 4 years. But during these 3-4 years, there's an investment that needs to be done and needs to be financed. And currently, there is no such financing. It's too incipient. It's disappointing. For example, I don't know if many of you have been in COP26. They almost didn't talk about agriculture. We're talking about climate change. 1/3 of the carbon emissions are from the agricultural sector, and they didn't even discuss agriculture. So, in Davos, I asked people why didn't they discuss agriculture, and their excuse was that there was a summit on agriculture, and they wouldn't want to repeat all the subjects. So there's no such excuse for COP27. So we're going to count on the support of Egyptian government, organizers of other countries, participating countries, so that agriculture has a position of emphasis to be able to finance the transition into regenerative agriculture. And these investments that need to be done they may involve several mechanisms. They may involve carbon credits, for example. The producer, when they do this transition, they immediately start to receive carbon credits or tax incentives related to investments in terms of regenerative agriculture, philanthropic donations, survey financing. There's a lot of opportunities and mechanisms to create these mechanisms that will allow to have this financial incentive, without which the producers will not do this transition. So just to wrap up, to have our other colleagues do their presentations and comments, Brazil is one of the main producers of food in the world, and this has a burden in terms of climate change. Brazil announced important goals in COP26, reduce emissions by 50%, ending illegal deforestation, achieving neutral emissions by 2050, and all of these challenges need the contribution of all the links in this chain, in the supply chain. I hope the governments seize this and look for partnerships with companies, such as the companies that are present here, to really try to think how we can Brazil to have liabilities in terms of carbon emissions, to have assets in terms of carbon sequestering in agricultural production. So PepsiCo has invested a lot in this field. I'm really interested to hear what our colleagues here have to say, what our companies have been doing. And again, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to be here today. Thank you. Thank you, Roberto. And now for your contribution. It's really important to have this discussion, this exchange of experiences here. Let's call Alejandra Fajardo. She's Director of Partnerships for the Productive Chains in Latin America for Bayer. Welcome, Alessandra. Thank you. Oh, microphone's not working. Can we change microphones? Okay, please. Yeah. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, I'd like to show my presentation. Thank you for the invitation. I think the subject is extremely important, and it's a pleasure to be here discussing this topic with all of you. I tried to focus on the part of losses that we have in our production chain, so inwards our company, but I brought a few global figures that involve all the losses and wastes, so that we can have the basis to have this discussion. Currently, we think about food loss and food waste. If it was a country, it would be the third larger emitter of GHG, greenhouse gases, only behind China and the United States, which are the two largest ones. So the idea to bring these slides to show how big the problem is, how much does this problem affect everyone. Considering in terms of food loss and food waste, we have more than 250 cubic kilometers of water that is lost. And the most impacting figure is that 28% of global agricultural lands don't reach our tables, don't reach the tables of the consumers. So 28% of the cultivated area is lost during the process, in the beginning, in the middle, or the end of the processing of any type of food. In addition, we're talking about other inputs as well. So 33% of fertilizers don't go to foods that really reach the tables of the consumers. So just a little bit more of these figures to see the dimension of these losses that we're discussing. I can't see really well from this far, but have the possibility of correcting this issue. Here's a comparison on each of these subjects, on each of these issues. If we reduce them by 50%, we would be able to close gaps that we have to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, right, established by the UN. So if we reduce losses by 50%, we are able to achieve all SDGs that we have. So this action, it can happen. It can happen with everyone together. Mr. Ambassador was right when he said that partnerships are essential to solve this issue. But what exactly is food loss? What I emphasized here is the beginning of the supply chain, which would be the agricultural production. We have losses in transportation, losses in consumption, and losses in production. So this is a chain. It doesn't happen in only one link. It doesn't impact only one part of this process. And many times you don't have the data available regarding production. A lot of this data, a lot of this research talk about after harvest or from harvest on. But if you don't have good handling, for example, pest handling and so on, you have losses before the harvest. Some studies show that if you think internally inside your company or your farm, it would be approximately 15% that you have of losses before a harvest. So this is a very important figure. So there's a lot of issues over the cultures and it doesn't matter what type of culture and how it's produced. At Bayer, we've been working with regenerative agriculture, and if we don't take care over this culture, this process, there's no guarantees that you have no loss. So regardless of the production system that you choose, you are subject and you need to try to avoid these losses during production. So if you think in terms of waste, food waste, there are some supermarket data here that the consumers, they pick the fruits and vegetables that they think that they look better or that they are pleasant. Oh, in my house we like this type of fruit or vegetable. And there's some waste there at the supermarkets. They have a lot of waste of food that consumers don't want to buy. And this would enter in terms of circularity. It would involve actions that are being doing, but we need to expand them even more and more and unify them more and more. And we need to work together with this. After that, we have restaurants. There are campaigns so that you have smaller plates, so less food, so that you don't throw food away. And of course, other places as well where we can have these food waste and losses. So this waste, that's why we call losses and waste, because the waste is from the supermarket onward and losses is in the part of the chain before that. But how is it divided? And now I need help from our friends here because I can't see all the figures here. But basically here in Latin America, I'm sorry, most of the losses are in the production part. In countries in Europe and United States, for example, the losses actually have waste, not losses, because it's during consumption. But here we have a lot of losses in production. All the way to the industry, not only agricultural production itself. This other map shows an easier way to see how this is divided. Not that we don't have logistic problems or consumption issues here. We have all of these issues as well. But basically, Latin America, the the big losses are during in the first link of the process, which is the production. So how can we act on this? Embrapa says that losses start from the seed. So in terms of thinking about Bayer and how we work, we have working about germplasm and the environmental part, control of pests and disease, and control of works together with the harvest or post-harvest. And we work with a lot of tools as well that we can bring, such as partnerships or training to the producers so that they're able to so that they can work and how to work with the culture, the crops, different stages. We have digital agriculture, which can allows us to minimize the effects and minimize the needs, and only apply inputs where they are really necessary. We have done a lot of things in terms of environmental conservation. We have a partnership with PepsiCo. They received 30 bee hotels to improve the environmental side of their production in terms of agricultural, regenerative agriculture. And we understand that part of this is on our field of work, but the other part comes with these partnerships. So what is outside our company, that's where we can work together, and we believe that we are going to be able to have a lot of partners that will allow us to do so. It's not only one part of the process. We need to solve all of these parts, all of these different things. If we have it's no use if we have perfect harvest, but then you have losses during transportation. With fruit, you know how difficult it is to transport fruits, how much specialization and the need of more technology and techniques is important for fruit. Otherwise, you go to any of these hubs like Segesp, for example, which receive the products, and half of the products goes to waste because it was all in a truck and poorly stored. Everything is dented and nobody wants to buy it. So here what I'm talking about is we are open to work with other links in this chain, and that we have been doing a lot of things to try to position ourselves the correct way, and how we can address and eliminate this losses and waste all over the chain of the crop. We have a sustainability goal that is to reduce by 30% of GHG gas emissions in agriculture and in the countries and cultures where we work with. So we have carbon projects in the field, regenerative agricultural projects with more than 1,800 producers to really be able to gather as much information as we can, and precise information, and with a lot of details, so that these producers are really able to reduce these losses. For us, our challenge is health for all, hunger for none, and this is connected to the subject. And we are here. We are open to answer your questions or any further discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Alessandro. This has been great. Welcome. We welcome your comments. Logistic, we know it's one of the biggest problems here in Brazil. It has improved, but we still suffer a lot with this part of the chain. The cold chambers, we don't have. There's no habit. No, we just transport it as it is. So yeah, we do it as it's always been done. And myself, as a producer, as an exporter of fruit, I see great advancements in this field. This forum is an example of such advancements. The Brazilian producers, they have been doing their homework. We need more partnerships. We need that the supply chain as a whole connects to each other, and I'm sure that I'm living that. that Brazilian producers, they're really doing their homework. So now we need to connect more and move forward together, right? Okay, now I'll call to the floor Juan Aguirre, Chief of Sustainability at Carey. Is that right?
Thank you, Valdir. Thank you, Alessandra. Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, AGRO, for the invitation. I'd like to give my presentation in English so that I can respect you better. Well, Carey is a company that is right in the middle of the chain. We are providers of companies such as PepsiCo and Ambev, and we produce ingredients that give taste and nutrition solutions. So when we
have to ensure global food tá, desculpe. Estou no canal. Tá. Estava a ouvir a translation. So the question is no. The answer is no. And if you read the definition of FAO for sustainable food and agriculture, are we providing nutritious and accessible food for everyone? And are we respecting the ecosystem? And the answer is no, clearly. I've discussed with a lot of colleagues and stakeholders in the industry, and we need to accelerate. We have a system today that is designed for huge amounts and low cost. That's served us so far, but we have a system which is fragile, as my colleagues have discussed. And we see it now, when the system is hit by a crisis, it doesn't respond very well. We have today, according to the FAO, 10 weeks of global wheat inventory. And food and fuel prices are skyrocketing, having an impact on fertilizers prices and supply chain, like Ambassador Azevedo told us, Roberto told us. And this is a big challenge for everybody. So how well we're going to be able to navigate that crisis in the next 2 to 3 years will determine also and predict how well we're going to be addressing the problems until 2050. And everybody talks about 2050 like a magic date. And in reality, 2050 starts today. It's not something that can happen tomorrow. We have a responsibility as an industry, and we've heard our colleagues here that talk about how do we do that. So if you imagine, I have a certain age, my kids are in their 20s, they probably will live 20 years older than me. So if everybody lives 20 years more and the population goes from 8 billion to 10 billion, we need a lot more food. And if we continue like this, we would need 2 more planets. We already are using 2, but we need 4. We all know we don't have these planets, right? And so the countdown to 2050, I don't want to be tragical, but it's happening now, right? So I wanted to set the context. Speed and acceleration is of the essence, and impact is of the essence. 10 billion people means 80% more food, 70% more protein. How can we feed everyone? And this is the topic of the discussion today in this meeting and this conference, right? And so complex problems don't have simple solutions. Let's face it. We in Carey don't have the answer alone. Alessandra said it's collaboration. So it's really very interesting that we were put together on this panel. I do believe in the power of partnerships, right? So in Carey, we look at this at 3 levels. Influencing what we buy from regenerative agriculture, and I'm totally in agreement with my 2 colleagues before. We need to buy from agriculture commodities that preserve the soil, preserve the water, preserve the biodiversity, and do not emit too much carbon. It's as simple as that. And we are committing in Carey to do that for 100% of the raw materials that we buy, the priority raw materials that we buy, right, by 2030. The second, I will speak more about is eliminate food waste. Food waste is a scandal, 30%. Which industry produces 30% waste? This is like 1 car in 3 scrapped out of the factory before going onto the road. We can't continue like that. And then sustainable protein, right? We need to have enough protein as everybody wants to eat a diet that ensures health and nutrition for themselves, right? Let me talk very quickly on regenerative agriculture because my expert colleagues talked about that much better than me, but it's really around improving these topics I already talked about and making sure that it's really sustainable in that dimension. So let me talk about food waste. We talked about 30% of food waste out there. It's if it's a country, Alessandra said it, it's nearly as big as China and US in terms of carbon emissions. It also means that as we have 900 million people going hungry to bed every day, food waste could nourish 2 billion people. So we have more than enough food around without using more land, more resources. We just need to making sure we reverse that trend to be able to feed 2 billion people. So if I talk about 2 categories in particular, which I will focus today, Alessandra talked about produce. I'm going to talk about 2 process categories, meat and bread. Meat is the largest food waste category in value. Every day, 20% of meat around the world is not consumed. 1 kilo of meat is up to 50 kilos of CO2 or 15,000 liters of water. So every kilo of meat we can consume instead of putting it into the bin is a massive impact. Bread is the largest volume wasted. Can be up to 40 to 50% depending on the countries. So I'll give you an example, 630 million slices every day. That's a lot of slices, right? And in water, again, you have 1,500 liters of water, and you have a lot of 15 kilos of CO2, sorry, 1.5 kilo of CO2 per slice of bread, right? Plus the economic loss, right? Retailers have to write off 2 to 10% of the meat and the bread every day. So one of the most efficient ways to prevent food waste is to extend the shelf life. Give more time to retailers to sell the products, give more time to the consumers to consume the product before it goes bad, right? So in every kilo of food waste, you have a lot of water, a lot of CO2, a lot of economic savings, a lot of biodiversity preservation. So working on that as an industry is fundamental. So Kerry has a lot of solutions in this space. We are the largest food preservation company, and food preservation in a simple way means the food you eat has to be safe, doesn't make you sick when you consume it. It has to last long enough so that it can be consumed, and it needs to be done in a way that it doesn't have chemicals or it doesn't have products that you don't want to have causing problems for health, right? So we are really driving technologies that enable that in a systemic way. So reducing first food waste. Now the second principle of circular economy is reuse. What you can't reduce, you repurpose. So this is a courtesy of Kerry for AB InBev. I thought I would put a beer here, would put a smile on Kayo's face. So we joked in Kerry that we say bread is solid beer and beer is liquid bread. Basically, you can take bread waste and re-ferment it into very nice beer. And you can take liquid beer and take the spent grain from your production and turn it into very nice cereal breakfast again, right? So that's circular economy at its best. And companies like AB InBev and Kerry and others are collaborating into repurposing what used to be waste and now is a byproduct into something useful, which is useful. Instead of giving it to animal consumption, we give it back to the humans, right? Closing that circle is fundamental. And I know that we are also working with PepsiCo in solutions like that around the world. Now, last but not least, I cannot not speak about sustainable protein. And sustainable protein, we won't solve the world with one solution. It has to be across all the crops that provide protein. It has to be all the sources of protein, and it has to be plant-based and animal-based. Needs to become more sustainable in the way it is produced. And so there are a lot of things that can be done in the agriculture field. I'm not going to talk about that. I will talk also what can be done outside agriculture with biotechnology and protein via fermentation and precision fermentation, right? There will be one day where protein will not come only from the big animals, it will also come from the small animals, the bugs, right? And when I talk the bugs, it's microbes, right? And so this is an area for investment where Kerry is investing a lot. It is part of the solution and will be increasingly be a place where all the protein companies are investing, including the today industry in Brazil. Some of the leading meat companies are investing in this heavily through startups, right? So to answer the question, we're not innovating at the speed needed, but there are a number of things that can be done to ensure global food sustainability. In Kerry, we've defined that as sustainable nutrition. We currently reach 1 billion consumers through our solutions that we sell to food companies. We have the ambition to reach 2 billion consumers by 2030. We measure that very precisely, and it's about food safety, it's about clean label, it's about sugar, salt, fat reduction, it's about protein transition, it's about personalized nutrition, but it's also about climate change, it's about social impact in agriculture, it's about regenerative agriculture, and last but not least is the topic we talked about today, which is circular economy and food waste. So I am optimistic. There is a future where sustainable food will happen. I have 2 kids, they're 21 and 23. I'm working for them every day, but we need to go faster. So thank you very much.
Obrigado, Juan. Eu acho que você está no lugar certo, porque mais otimista do que os produtores rurais não existe, né? O produtor rural ele tem que ser otimista porque ele lida com tanta diversidade, com tanta coisa, que ele tem que ser o mais otimista possível. Soluções existem muitas, a gente conhece várias.
Many of them, but at the end of the day, that's the debate. We don't know the path we're going to follow yet, but we all know we want to achieve the best results. Mistakes happen, like in the past, but no producers are really willing to poison the food or setting the forest afire. So good intention is visible, and together I think we can find the best way possible. So let's continue with our friend Caio Miranda. She's Director of Sustainability at Ambev for Latin America, South America. Thank you. Can you hear me? First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation. I'd like to keep the same level of the previous presentations here, what Alexandra brought in terms of data of food loss and food waste is scary. Complementing with Juan, I loved your presentation, not because you showed a beer or a brewery, but it's my favorite presentation. And also thank Roberto because he brought a little bit of the perspective of PepsiCo and how companies can work together. Well, I think all of you know Ambev. If you don't know us, we produce beer. This is our main product. We are really proud to have one of the best beloved brands to our consumers, Brahma, Antarctica, Skol, Stella Artois. For us, agribusiness is our business. At each beer that we serve, it's part of the agribusiness is there because our product is made from natural ingredients, water, malt, and wheat beer. So we're really connected to the agribusiness and really proud of the quality of our product. that we deliver to our consumers. And we are also proud of the agribusiness in Brazil. I'm going to show a little bit of our strategy, talk a little bit about our challenges, but we are really, really connected to this market in Brazil. Our purpose is to dream big, to create a future with more cheers. And why we say cheer? Because you don't cheer without your friends, right? Alone at your home at night. Great that I did something good today. No, you want to share these moments with people. You want to share this with your family, with your friends, with your colleagues, with your associates. That's why we think that cheering and toasting is in our purpose. And cheering and toasting is shared prosperity. We can have a very profitable business and we can do our part for the environment. But if things don't get better for everyone, for our consumers, for example, for our producers, for our customers, it needs to improve for the whole chain. So that's why we want to share this prosperity with everyone. I'm going to talk a little bit about our strategy. Everything that we call sustainability, we divided into 8 great subjects that are grouped into 3 large blocks. So we say that our product is natural for obvious reasons, because of the ingredients that we use. It's an inclusive product, because there's a specific product for each type of consumer or each type of occasion. If you want to drink alcohol, we have zero alcohol beer. If you want to drink a product that is similar to wine, we have some beers that deliver higher alcohol levels. If you want a cheaper product, we have that as well. So our product is inclusive, and not only talking about inclusion in our company, in our workforce, but today I'm going to focus on the local, because that's when we link to agriculture. Ambev is a local company. We purchase our ingredients locally, we brew our beer locally, and we deliver locally. So it's important for us that this whole supply chain in which we are included. This is a little bit of our priorities. I'm not going to the detail. We have very clear sustainability goals for the next few years. So 100% of our communities where we act with quality water and access to quality water. We have a few of the indicators here, how we're moving forward. These are our commitments to 2025. 100% of our direct farmers connected and financially empowered and trained as well. 100% of our electricity purchased from renewable sources, and this is connected to our carbon reduction goals as well. 100% of our products either produced or packaged in returnable packaging, so you can get the bottle of beer, drink your beer at home, and then bring the bottle back to the supermarket and trade it for a filled one. And 100% or made of majority recycled content. And we have a goal for our entrepreneurship that we're still defining. We started by training our customers, but we know we can go much further than that. Today we serve 1 million customers all over Brazil, from Acre to Rio Grande do Sul, and from Rondônia, Roraima, many states in Brazil, to all the municipalities. We're there everywhere. You can find our products everywhere in Brazil. I hope that cold, please. And we have a cheer and a toast, right? To celebrate your success, right? So when we talk about agriculture, it's huge in our company. We buy more than 2 million tons of inputs. The region in which we act goes from the north region of Brazil all the way to Patagonia, and we have operations in 4 countries. We malt, barley, corn, cassava. We have currently beers made of cassava. Cashew we use as well. We have a beautiful story with Guaraná Antarctica, which is, we have our own Guaraná farm, so we are the producers at some moment. And we have small producers that support us. It's completely organic, with vertical forest still standing. How AGRO, we were discussing in other panels, how we can still be sustainable and how we're investing in this field. And we started also the last input that we need to do locally, which is hops. We started producing it. We imported it until last year because of weather aspects, but now we're trying a project in Santa Catarina to produce hops locally. We brought many experts from Czech Republic and Germany to help. Everybody says that's impossible to do it in Brazil. We had our first harvest. Let's see if we can move forward to have a considerable volume producing hops locally. And when you talk about waste reduction, which is the subject here of our panel, talking about what we do internally, we have two types. First piece of information is more important. 100% of the ingredients that go into our brewery are used and reused. We don't waste anything of the natural ingredients in our production. And when we talk about the whole production chain, we're able to recycle or reuse 99% that enters the brewery. The 1% is infusion earth, which we use to infuse during the infusion of the beer. We tried using bricks. We couldn't find yet the best solution for this issue, but we've been working on it. We've been working with startups and other companies to try to find the solution for this 1% that is still lacking. Regardless, in addition to this part, barley is the most. It turns into malt. There's a germination process. The seeds they generate a radical, and we have 30,000 tons of radicals per year, and we can transform this into animal feed that is going to feed our farms for dairy production. In addition, at the end of the production of beer, we have the bagasse from the malt, which is generates approximately 300 tons a year of spent grain, which we are reusing and we are selling for local production, for animal feed, or dairy production, or fertilizer production. And when we look at this, can generate 90 tons a year of protein, which is what Juan was mentioning. So with the protein that we have in our co-product, we could feed approximately 4 million people. And what is cool about that, or what makes us proud to work in these projects? 4 years ago, we realized that we're gonna achieve this solution alone. We're not gonna deliver to the society what they expect alone. We can have the best team of engineers thinking of how can we have a better destination for this product, because we need an outside look. We need more technology. We need more innovation. Sometimes we consider a solution that is not feasible right now, but maybe in 2 years, with a scale and a company of our size, it may be economically feasible. I was talking to Juan. We have part of our business that's in the United States, which is called Evergreen, which is dedicated to working on this, to have the best use of our proteins. So how we want to produce bread, for example, from this malt bagasse. How we can produce other drinks, or cereal bars, or other products that can be dissolved in water that will deliver richer and more nutritious food to people who need it. So we've been working hard on the technology, knowing that we don't have the solution for everything. I'm going to talk about the regenerative agriculture. I talked a lot about it. We have a front that has been moving forward really well. And what I was talking about the cassava beer, we looked at the Brazilian Northeast region and we said, hey, we have a lot of small farmers that aren't able to serve our industry. How can we do it with innovation? And so we developed beers that are sold locally, Magnifica and Legítima and Coisa Nossa. They are made using cassava in these specific states. So now we can impact more than 500 small producers and families. It's a beautiful story because it's a product that we created and it affected positively the local production. And to wrap up, if you have any doubts or questions, please contact me. There's the LinkedIn and all the contact information there. But what are the main messages of our strategy? First is that our farmers, our producers, are at the center of our sustainable agricultural initiatives. We can have a great internal group at Ambev thinking about the solutions, and when we're going to implement it, the farmers say, hey, I can't apply this. This doesn't work for me. So we work in partnerships with our producers, and they are at the center of our strategy. The agricultural regenerative is critical and it's urgent, like you mentioned. We really need to do the things now, and we're not going to be able to have this sustainable agriculture, like Alessandra mentioned, without technology. Technology is what is going to really allow us to achieve our goals. This is what I had to share with you. Thank you, everyone. I hope that at the end of the day you can have a toast with one of our beers, preferably very cold. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Caio. It was really good hearing from the industry talking about these partnerships and this idea of making beer with local products. That's quite interesting. The problem is that at the very deep of the countryside, we only find goats, but I mean, maybe there is also limes there. But did you know that there is a beer that is produced from lime? Oh, good. So anyway, I believe this was the conversation we wanted to have, the synergies we mentioned at the beginning of this panel. So the producer makes the product, then the industry gets this product to consumers, consumers speak their mind, and there is an exchange there. And with this communication, we don't have, how to allow ourselves any extra time to postpone these solutions. There's something I'd like to say here that is perhaps that kind of information. I know that you spoke on behalf of the industry and agriculture, so you're speaking on behalf of this side of the table, and maybe I'm more on this side. Maybe this is a conversation that could be quite simple, but at the COP26 and in the debate of the global warming, agriculture is the villain, and we who are on this side, I believe that we should defend that there is a lot yet to be discussed. I believe that there is a debate to be had. This is not an evidence. If it were an evidence, everybody would have agreed on that, because when people are under risk, people react. In acting on the possibility, we know that there is a need. We know that it is there. I would like that we could speak more openly about the size of this problem. Is it going to take us to such critical situations that we maybe need to take actions now that could result in even more hunger? So should we condemn humanity to become hungrier today in view of what could happen? I'm not trying to enter such a discussion, but I would just like to propose that we could think together. Maybe this is why the agribusiness is not invited, because we have no defense to ourselves. We don't have marketing area, we don't have such a good research departments, research and development departments as you have in the industry. I believe that together we are powerful, but still we are quite fragmented to have the communication and the research that you have, and we don't have access to that. We are not such organizations as universities and governments, and sometimes universities themselves or governmental agencies have their own opinion formed. I apologize for bringing the discussion to this direction, but I wouldn't be able, in my position as a moderator and a producer, I've been working with it for more than 40 years. And take a look, my agriculture in particular is a regenerative and organic agriculture. I'm the largest exporter of organic lime in Brazil, maybe one of the largest producers of lime in the world. This is what I want. This is something I agree with, but it shouldn't be so heavy on our side. It shouldn't be mandatory, like, if you don't do that, you're going to perish. I think that we should make this, turn this debate into something more mature, perhaps. Yeah, so maybe we could have a chat so that we could reach this conclusion. Yeah, do you allow me, Valdir? Yeah, when we talk about an urgent aspect, it is because of some of the measures, some of the initiatives will demand a technology that is not even available. As you said, it could maybe not be necessary, but for us to develop the packaging, sometimes for us to reach a solution, it takes us 2 to 3 years. If we don't start doing these things with a certain sense of urgency, like, if I don't start now and I won't have by 2040 a solution, well, maybe from the standpoint of the company that I represent here, this is something we don't want to run the risk of having, you know, because then you won't have a solution, then you have to wait even more time to find it. When we talk about energy, today we are starting partnerships so that within 2 years we will have renewable energy in some of our locations. 2 years. You'll see. So this is the urgency that we mentioned here. Always mentioned in the case of the agribusiness. What can meet the demands of producers? I mean, it is no good of getting the NASA engineers who will develop an amazing technology, and then I go to my cassava producer in the state of Maranhão and he says, it doesn't work, buddy. So, you know, it has to connect and it has to make sense to producers. But the urgency we mentioned, it is that we should be starting by now because some of the solutions will take very long. Just 1 minute. I believe that this urgency, I understand it, and it is already happening. I see agriculture being very fast. We are doing biotechnology and bioinput work, and what is happening here in Brazil is amazing when it comes to this field. It is amazing to see what we are achieving. I myself have a work on farm of biological multiplication. I don't use agrochemicals anymore, you see. So to be honest with you, we have an organic production system for 10 years. It has been a struggle, and in the last contract that I have with an agronomist to join our company, he accepted the challenge and he brought some other organic solutions, and I said to him, Nelson, we are giving up on being organic. And what he said was, well, I think that we could continue because even the tools today are so amazing, so abundant, and we are doing these things. We are reaching this speed, and maybe who is outside cannot see what's happening inside. I believe that we are very far ahead. I can be sure of that. We here in Brazil are very far ahead. I'd like to add that, well, it may take us 15 years for us to bring a new solution in the field of seeds or maybe a defensive. And people sometimes ask, why are you giving a good practice training for free? Because it has taken 12 years. If producers use these products wrong, it is just like antibiotics. If you don't take it for 10 days, you make them more resistant. So we encourage that so that we can have them being used in the best possible way. And one of the things that we should have, in my opinion, is that we should consider producing more and preserving what we have, trying to strike a balance there. I don't think there is more need to open new areas. I think these things are not necessary. So how can we work on this equation? How we can balance the aspect of producing more with the area available that we already have? So there are many tools like digital tools, biological tools. All these technologies are very welcome to us here. If I could add some comments and also touching on the subject you said, the point of the agriculture being seen as a villain. Agriculture emits carbon. Yeah, is it that much? Well, I have never seen anybody bringing me the exact calculation, like how much the production of a ketchup packaging emits in carbon terms. Well, there is no mystery in terms of the calculation methodology. Yes, it could be distorted. I'm absolutely sure about that. But one thing that people are not aware of is that at the same time that agriculture can be seen as a villain, like this is a problem, like any given human activity really. When you build a home, you are emitting carbon. If you produce a shirt, if you play football and you drink some beer, you are emitting carbon. You can avoid that. But the point is that the agriculture can be the solution here. I think this is the aspect that we should be looking more at. The regenerative agriculture is different from the organic agriculture concept, but we should flip the switch of this narrative. I think that there are many ways of reducing the carbon emission. We can reduce these emissions per se. We can mitigate emissions when you don't drive your car so often. You use more effective tractors when you have a fleet of products distribution that emits less greenhouse effect gases. All these things, they reduce the emissions. But agriculture can also sequester carbon, and that has very few technologies in scale that allow that. And sometimes simple techniques can do that, like crop rotation or cover crops. Yeah, these covers, and they can be local solutions. These can be solutions that work for their respective areas they are chosen for. If you have the right choice, the right technology, the right tools, agriculture can become the opposite. Agriculture can be seen as the solution. I think that we have done very little. And when I say we who live from the agricultural business, producers and governments themselves, like Brazil, who produce in a very large scale, I think that they have done very little to avoid this pernicious narrative and flip the switch here. We are not the problem, we are the solution. I think we have done very little in this area. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, I agree. Can you hear me? Yeah, I agree with all the comments, and just another little comment. Kerry will celebrate 50 years of its existence. It began as a dairy cooperative, and this year we launched a program that is called Kerry Evolve. You can look for it at Google. This is a program for regenerative agriculture for dairy production, and the idea is the same. The solution is the agriculture. So we are spending $6 million with 3,000 producers who are producing dairy products and milk, and they're producing that in the city, in the county that's called Kerry. And the Kerry football team won the Irish Football League, and still in 6 months 70% of these 3,000 farmers we purchase milk from, they have adopted these measures, these best practices and technologies. We are paying these guys because, as Roberto said, there are not programs made by UN, but the companies, they have these programs, and there is a payback because they are producing milk emitting less carbon, consuming less nitrates, consuming less water. So we are planting trees, we are making these cover crops, we are making peat. I'm not sure how you say that. Yeah, in Portuguese, peat still. But these are the farmers who explain to us how we should be doing that. This is just a small example from Ireland. I can talk to my colleagues here in Brazil. Yeah, I mean, we should be exchanging experiences. This is what it's all about. Well, this is very much welcome. We depend on one another. We can't live in isolation. Research should be available to all and serve all. I think this is it, really. We should be focusing on a future. I am two children who are on their 20s, and this is what we're doing. We are working for them. We are working for them, who in turn can have their own children. So I'd like to mention the view that the agribusiness has. We know where we are. We know where we want to get to, and we know what is the homework we have to do. So I'm not sure if you have any other comment to add. If you don't, I thank you for being present and your presence here. Take
programa muito legal. Vamos tempo comemorar isso.
Testing the English channel, 1, 2, 1, 2, test.
Beleza? Som, tá ouvindo? Beleza. Hello everyone, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Gustavo Spadotti. I'm head of office in Embrapa Territorial from Campinas, Brazil, one of the 43 decentralized units of Embrapa. And it's a pleasure to be here, not only for all of you here, the authorities here at the GAF and the audience here, but mainly to talk about sustainability. It's a subject that is so dear to us, so important for the past, for the present, but mostly for the future of Brazilian agricultural and livestock segment. It's a subject that is being discussed by everyone, and it has heat discussions, some discussions that need to be transformed not only into actions, but not only into speeches, but mainly into actions. Some concrete actions that can show the power that we have to transform the agriculture and livestock segment into a more sustainable industry. In Brazil, I have a very good opportunity in this scenario because while many countries are still studying and discussing sustainability, Brazil has a history of research, development, innovation, translated into concrete actions that have already been implemented in our country to seek a balance between production and environmental preservation. This is what we're going to discuss during this panel today. And we have the presence and participation of Bruno Lucchi. He's the technical director of CNA, the National Agricultural Confederation. Vinicius Biagi is the president of Instituto Nova Era, and Christian Lebauer is the president of CropLife Brazil. All of them are going to bring the most modern perspectives in terms of concrete actions that already are being implemented in the agricultural sector in Brazil, and also think about solutions for the future to overcome the technological bottlenecks that we have and how we can strengthen more and more the image of Brazil as a great player in terms of production and environmental protection. Embrapa Territorial, of which I am the head of office, has a clear mission, related to working for the Brazilian state as a strategic instrument in terms of intelligence, monitoring, and supervision of our territory, focusing on the competitiveness and sustainability of agricultural production of the country, to support the Brazilian state and private initiatives so that we're able to produce food, fibers, and energy in balance with the environment. For that, we have a strategic territorial intelligence system. This system collects information from 5 pillars: natural, agricultural, socio-economical, to bring the best diagnosis for our territory and find the territories with the same type of problems and with the same types of potential to leverage sustainable development. Therefore, Embrapa has hardware, cutting-edge software and infrastructure to work with this immense volume of data that we have. But mostly we have brainware. These are people who are qualified and dedicated and competent to work with these territories, to translate this huge volume of big data into right data, into precise information, accurate information at the right time to support the decision-making of public and private agents. This is transforming data in information. And information has value. And the only piece of information that I'm going to bring to you here today, I'm going to be really brief here with this introduction, is one slide that I would like to show now, where you can have an idea of what is the territorial dimension of the use and occupation, land use and occupation here in Brazil. This chart, we call it cheese pie here in Brazil. It shows the role of rural producers and the role of Brazilian state in terms of protecting and preserving natural vegetation in our country. Today we have 66.3% of our territory preserved, conserved, or protected. This is not by chance. This is due to the dedication of the Brazilian state, which marked the native indigenous lands in almost 3% of our territory. Almost 14% of our territory, which marked conservation units, almost 10% of our territory, and that created the Brazilian Forestry Code, which is a forestry law that is now 10 years since its establishment and allowed rural producers to participate in this process of preserving native vegetation in their land. And also the rural registration, we know that these rural producers dedicate from their land approximately 33.2% of the whole national territory to preserve their native vegetation. They get this part of their lands to preserve the environment, ensuring the opportunity for Brazil to contributing more and more with the process of production and protecting the environment, showing that in our country we have a good balance between balance and preservation regarding native vegetation, using 30% of our territory for production and 63.3% for protecting and preservation. So this is the size of the dimensions of the areas preserved by our producers. But this is not only issue that we may raise here. I would like to ask our participants here to detail concrete practices that have been implemented in the Brazilian agricultural segment and livestock segment as well. This is going to be the subject of our debate here. So first I would like to call my friend Bruno Lucchi from CNA to give his presentation and his introduction and discuss the subjects related to our panel here. So Bruno, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Gustavo. Thank you for your introduction, your kind introduction. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you today. I had an unexpected situation, but CNA has been working with the subject, and I'm glad to be here online with you. First, I would like to congratulate you with the great work you have done with Embrapa Territorial. We're directly related in several actions to improve the competitiveness of our sector. And Vinicius Biagi, who I have the pleasure to meet at least virtually now. I'd like to thank as well all the organizers of this event. A lot of great content and knowledge, and we're going to have a rich debate about the subject. Well, I think that first I'd like to divide my presentation in 3 points. First, state that Brazilian agricultural segment is sustainable. We're able to produce and preserve as only a few countries in the world. Second point that I would like to discuss is that why, if we have a sustainable agricultural segment, why is there a big difficulty in internationally to people to understand this and assimilate this? And finally, what would be the actions that we could work with, like Gustavo mentioned, to seek continuous improvement? What could we work with over this period to achieve these levels of sustainability that are required by the international community? So regarding the first subject that I stated, that Brazilian agricultural segment is sustainable, the work of Embrapa is essential, and to bring science into this discussion, because there's no arguments if you have to argument against figures and facts. So it means that agricultural segment uses 30% of the territory for production. It's a small percentage in comparison to other countries. Second point that I would like to emphasize from that same pie chart, showing that 30% of the native vegetation areas are in rural properties. So this shows the commitment of Brazilian rural producers for preserving the environment. The third point I would like to address is regarding the agriculture. With the same pie chart of Embrapa, we have a lot of area destined to agricultural production. China and USA use 17, 18%, Germany 56%, and the Netherlands 66%. We have a very low percentage when compared to these countries, which are the great food and energy producers. So this is the result of research, the entrepreneurship of several producers that moved to other areas in Brazil with no urbanization or civilization to improve these areas with using the agricultural techniques and technologies. Another point that's important to emphasize is the use of water. Brazil today has such strong potential for expansion, using 3.4% of the water available. So we have 70% of the water used for agriculture. This corresponds 3.4% of the water lost in the oceans as well. So it's a very efficient use of such a valuable resource, which is water, when producing food products. And other points as well. Programa ABC, which was launched by the government to have actions that turn speech into actions, that since 2018 exceeded 15% the goals for carbon equivalent reduction goals, showing the public policy promoted by the government based on science and having a value 15% above the goals preconized for these emissions. We are in the second phase of this program, Programa ABC+, with much more technology and more actions in the same segment. To change this, to finish this, all this information, when we talk about LPF, we have 17 million hectares. So these figures by themselves demonstrate how sustainable our agriculture is. Of course, we have a lot of homework to do. No other country, all other countries have this homework to do, but as been said in the introduction, we have a history of the development of production allied with preservation, and these figures demonstrate this. Well, what are the challenges that we have to convey this image of a highly productive and sustainable sector? What makes it difficult to convey this image, not only in Brazil, but especially abroad? Because there's a lot of attacks to the Brazilian agricultural segment. And I have three segments here. Deforestation. Deforestation is harmful not for the agricultural sector, but all other sectors of the Brazilian economy that are related to deforestation. And mainly illegal deforestation. I think this is a big issue that affects the country as a whole. And there's a difference between the image between the agricultural segment and deforestation. The last piece of data shows that 0.9% of properties with car had some sort of illegal deforestation. So let's say 1%. 1% of the properties, the land that we have, had some kind of issue. And we don't want to defend here the producers who are doing illegal activities, but if there's any issue and they are not following the law, they need to be penalized, because this 1% impact all the efforts of all the other producers. And then we're going to discuss how we can mitigate this issue of deforestation. The second point I would like to discuss, which harms our image of our Brazilian agricultural sector, is the difficulty to implement the forestry code. The code is 10 years old. It's an important policy which took years of debate, hearing all sides of the story. It's been there for 10 years. The producers, the farmers have done what they need to do. They did the registration. They showed their preservation areas and their production areas, and indicating in this registration what they need to recover in terms of environmental liabilities. So they wanted to adhere to this program of environmental regulation, understanding that they had some sort of liabilities. So the producers showed their interest in doing these things according to the program. And the car would be the basis for everything. It would show that Brazil follows strict and rigorous environmental laws. The producers who have liabilities, they want to regularize these issues. But if they can't do it, they need to regulate the PRA, and if they can't do it, they need to do these compensations that are permitted by law. So this is an issue that we are facing. We had 23% of the car as 23% of the car, and this validated cars less than 1%. So it's still very low figures considering the producers, and the producers want to have their full regulation, and those who have access and can use this as some environmental reserve and other benefits that they cannot obtain because of the initial analysis. And this initial analysis of the car impacts other parts of the chain as well. If we have the producers in Amazon had to sign a document, if they had the car, they could demonstrate that they wouldn't have any problem. They were following the law and the forestry code. Other issues that we're seeing, the European Union, United Kingdom, pressing on due diligence of products that originate from deforestation. So these products, in some way, it's any type of traceability you have in this chain starts with the car. If they don't have this car, then it's difficult to do this traceability, or other protocols. They may increase the income of these rural producers. So this implementation of the forestry code and validation and analysis of the car and regulation of PRA, which is basically in 15 states, there are some other states which didn't do it yet, are structural problems that really affect our image.
And the last point I would like to mention when it comes to image is the inventory of national emissions. Brazil currently is placed 7th among the countries that emit more greenhouse gases. We have around 2.8% of global emissions. That's a very small number when we compare ourselves to USA and China, who together have around 50% of these emissions. But the difficulty we have now are the methodologies that are being used in Brazil that cannot interpret our sector at a deep level. These methodologies don't consider the sequestering levels that pastures have. So there is no balance when it comes to that, when these pastures, when well managed, can sequester in terms of carbon. So when it comes to emissions, maybe we could have more appropriate methodologies that could demonstrate the potential we have in our sector, mainly now with mitigating activities and not with so many emitting activities. So this goes to shows the actions that can damage the image of the Brazilian agribusiness. And now, reaching the final part of my presentation, what are the proposals that we could be debating throughout the event, which could be structuring approaches to approach the environmental issue in Brazil? We should acknowledge that this is a complex problem in Brazil. We have a country with continental dimensions, with many regional differences, and first I think we should understand these differences so that we could have a robust work to mitigate the many variables we find in this complex subject. Again, we should emphasize on the work that Embrapa does, bringing a lot of clarity to this discussion, as well mentioned by Gustavo at the beginning. Very good. So when it comes to deforestation, what would be the actions that we could be working on to prevent and fight against illegal deforestation, we should not only have a policy working on command and control, and we could also be able to integrate these things to regional development aspects. Inhabitants of northern regions that maybe are isolated, if they don't have opportunities of working legally, they will find a way of surviving. And that could be illegal livestock raising or illegal mining or deforestation and even drug trafficking. So we should give these people opportunities to get their living in a legal manner. When we look at the PLA analysis, producers will then be liable to have a environmental service program. We should consider legal possibilities for the remuneration of producers and bring benefits to them so that they can preserve the forests. At the Amazon region, when we give responsibilities to people who live there, 0.9% of the deforestation is made by producers who have CRR documentation. So we can identify producers and then charge them under the terms of the law. And with that, with this registration, producers can join public policies, they can look for technologies to better develop their activities, they can actively participate in governmental programs that give technical assistance. Anyway, producers can take part in a series of public policies when they have a legal status, and a large part of this legal status come from the federal and state governments. Another point that we should be emphasizing is strengthening the firefighting policies. Whenever we find news of fires, wildfires, this hinders all the work that we have done, not only to our sector, but many sectors that work in a legal manner. So we should equip fire brigades. I mean, we can maybe sometimes compare ourselves to the United States, where they have helicopters that are able sometimes even to lift tractors, heavy machinery. So I believe there is a series of technologies that can strengthen field staff for the training and development of firefighting services. When we put all these things together, these things, they demand financial resources. And there are financial resources. There are resources from the Amazon Fund, from the Climate Fund, and we should discuss on how to use these resources effectively at the end. It is no good to spend these resources in intermediate stages. Things that will not represent real results. So we should find ways to allocate these resources in actions that can help us to structure these programs, such as the ones we mentioned, like deforestation and firefighting. In terms of the implementation of the forestry code, something I mentioned as essential, currently the government provides the dynamic CAR analysis. So we should allow more of these registration documents, CAR, as I mentioned, to be analyzed and regulated, not only using its respective tool, but maybe doing some task forces, as it was recently done in the state of Mato Grosso. Several private entities got together and brought more people to join and go under these analysis. So when it comes to the implementation of the forestry code, we should accelerate this analysis. And there is a program that is called in Portuguese Para Valer, which is maybe translatable as for real, but still. This program allows us to see clearly the difficulties when it comes to rectification of the CR document. sometimes producers, they don't understand how the process should be done. So we should transform all these things into digital processes. The human component will become useful when we have a technical assistance that will guide producers how to verify their status and look at the technologies that are available within the programs. And for that we have Embrapa, and there are many technologies that have already been mapped for many Brazilian biomes. And we also have economic analysis, but for us to have that we need statuses to be regulated. So this human component is very useful for helping producers to analyze these documentation and to implement sustainable practices that will come with the PRA. And talking about the inventory, at last, I think that there's a huge work to be done, especially along with the agencies that work with the Brazilian inventory. We have a tropical agriculture that is unique in the world, so we have our own technology for this kind of work. And that goes to show the potential it has and serve as an example to the rest of the world as well. So I believe that should be included in this work scope. And again, there is no single solution for all problems. I think these are issues that I'd like to bring just to provoke and instill the debate. And anyway, things cannot be solved by means of few actions, but with integrated system. And there's this very important point mentioned by Gustavo. I think we should start talking less and start doing more. I am at your disposal for any question or comment, and thank you once again for the invitation. Thank you. Amazing, Bruno. I'd like to thank you for these insights. Brazil has a lot of people just like Bruno. You can see that he brought the problems and he pointed to many of the possible solutions, the pathways we could be taking to consider joint solutions for sustainability problems that we should overcome. It's not that we don't have a good role when it comes to sustainability that we shouldn't be improving. Thank you once again, Bruno, and we will keep on carrying this debate forward with the other presentations.
Now I'll call Vinicius Biaggi. The floor is yours. I introduced you in the beginning, but I think you have great proposals for us now. Thanks, Gustavo. Let me just make clear if I know how to move the slides here, the forward. Okay, yeah, the red arrow. Okay, good. So, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vinicius Biaggi Antonelli. At the end of my presentation, you understand the Antonelli part of it. So, Instituto Nova Era is a social organization. So, I'm going to first introduce myself. It was going to be a play, a chronic, to go back to the essence of our discussion, the essence of agriculture. So you can see here this picture, which is a region called Vale do Juruá in the Amazon, which is in evidence in the country. It's at east of Vale do Javari, a region called Encantados in the Amazon. You know that the Amazon have different biomes. There's a biome that has no walnut trees. The walnut trees that are in this place were planted, were grown, and we're going to discuss a lot of things about Embrapa here as well. So it's a social organization. We're not an NGO, although we are quote unquote classified as an NGO. We're a social organization. We are a non-governmental organization. Basically doesn't exist. And we exist because we are regulated and we are inspected by the federal public ministry and regulated by the regulatory mark of the third sector organizations. So we are a government organization. We came to govern. That's why it was created. And the assumption of foundation of the social organization. The justification is really occupy the space where the state cannot be, and that's our purpose. So, since we need to discuss new paradigms here, Nova Era discusses new paradigms, and to start our conversation, in my concept, an NGO is something that was invented because social organizations have a role to occupy this space, which is left empty by the state. There's an event that we held in Ribeirão Preto, which we did exactly that. We have a sister organization, which is Instituto Nova Dimensão. It's also a social organization. So it allows us to manage our assets and our country in an intelligent and cheap and simple way. I think the problem needs to be simple for us to solve it, because complex problems are not solved. Things need to be simple so that we can solve them. So just to introduce a little bit about our institute, our mission is to foster social, cultural, ecological, and economic regeneration at the individual, community, and planetary levels. At all of these dimensions, individual first, the person, then the community, and then we can influence the planet. The individual, you can see, this is myself. This is pupuya fruit. I don't know if you ever ate this fruit. It's a native fruit from Brazil. A lot of people know the palm tree, but the fruit of the tree, if you went there to the north region of the country, you already ate it with coffee or with cheese. And our vision is to be a tool for creating processes and solutions for a new era. And like Ricardo Faria said in the first presentation, he said that the Senate was thinking about the agribusiness, focusing on multinational companies, so a big pressure so that local producers were not able to produce their own inputs, their biological inputs, and so on. And in the same direction, I think we'll not be able to plant our own, grow our own food, right? We have to buy it from someone who is regulated. So my name is Luis Antonelli, I'm the president, and I'm going to talk about what is agriculture. This is my friend Iberê. We visited this place during the pandemic, visit Mr. Ernest. So what is agriculture? It's very hard to find one term to define agriculture. If you put it on Google and search it up, there's not a lot of details. But let's go back to the start. What is agriculture? What we teach our kids in school, elementary school, saying that agriculture is sustainable. Agriculture goes back to the human condition of not being a nomad. So we are not collectors, extractors, and we're able to grow our soil. Grow, because when you grow things in the soil, you're not miners. We're agriculture. So this is a main issue that we go back to the past. So agriculture, in my view, is harvesting the sun. It's the art of harvesting the sun. So you can see one individual playing his role in the ecosystem, which to optimize the processes. The planet doesn't need humans for anything. We need the planet, and in this case, there's a big correlation between humans and the forests. The forest needs the humans, and the humans need the forest. We're in the top of the chain, right? So that's the story that is told. To have human life, we need large-sized animals. To have large-sized animals, we need the forests, fruits, and this is a basic condition. So for me, agriculture is a synonym of sustainability. If this is not the case, then it cannot be called agriculture. We will be still collectors. We will still be extracting from the earth. So maybe we need to take 2 steps back and discuss this the essence a little bit more. Professor who presented, a great friend of mine, like him, I was born in a farm. I'm part of the ecosystem, just like he said he is. As he's mentioned, we need to have a different look. We need to feel. It took him many years to work to understand. I don't want to understand. I want to feel. Before Mr. Leontino Balbo was born, my grandfather would say in Sertãozinho, thanks to that we arrived, and discovering Vinhas was discarded in the river. So in an empirical way, this is a story that comes from this sector of agriculture. In an empirical way, we found out that Vinhas had a role that it played, and it was very interesting. So let me try to go back to my presentation. Here are the conservation units in Brazil. So I showed this map as kind of a provocation, so that if agriculture is synonym of sustainability, would it be the utility of conservation? Because we produce and conserve. This is an assumption. Otherwise, it's not agriculture. It's agro-mining, and we need to work with this, in fact. And one thing that I think it's really cool to comment here regarding conservation, which is something that the world said that the Amazon is the lung of the world. I don't agree with that. I believe that the lung of the world are the oceans. We can't compare the production of oxygen and carbon sequestering done by the oceans with the Amazon. So there is a question for Embrapa. Is there any studies showing about the territory of 8,000 kilometers of coastlines where no one talks about that the agriculture and livestock activities don't talk about fishing. There's not a lot of regulation, and this type of fishing using nets, it's much more harmful than deforestation, for example. So we focus a lot on deforestation, and we kind of forget that Amazon, the forests, are the heart of the world. They produce water. They produce forests so that we have large-sized animals, so that we can have humans. So this is my provocation. So here I'm going to talk about a little bit about syntropic agriculture, about Ernest Gotch, which means the individual in the forest. So we can see here this was a degraded area. It was a farm called Fugidos da Terra Seca, and currently it's called Olhos d'Água. It's an example of regeneration in our country. And you can see here at the end, if I could point it with, you can see that here in the top corner, you can see a zoom of the area, the top right corner. You can see how it has been regenerated. Deforestation is not bad if it's not used for agro-mining, if it's used for restoring. So we need to restore, and we need to work by restoring and occupying these territories. It's very important, because otherwise we can't have these reserves. For what are these reserves? People are starving. The problem is in the cities. The problem is here. There's always a new building coming up in the sky, and we can barely move, and we have a lot of degraded areas that are not productive areas. So, for example, 30% of the areas for our permanent protection areas, we need to protect them from anything, because we're not doing anything wrong there. That's what I learned, that it's better to prevent than remedy. If you need to remedy something, there's credits and compensation, and then the problem starts to be complex. So I think it's a philosophic thinking. The main input of agriculture is knowledge, and that is why that we need the social organizations. We need to educate our sons and ourselves, and allow us to gather knowledge and look at things with a different perspective. So now I'm going to talk about the community. This is one of the communities that we work at Vale do Rio Juruá. This is a community that is a zoom of this other picture. I'm going back to the beginning. You can see here at the beginning of our presentation, this is the image. Some people look at this image, and this is where they had the rubber extraction, which brought this seeds to Malaysia, and these people went to the field and they tried to do some monoculture, and I never heard anyone talking about that. But from 1950s to the 1990s, possibility of the Amazon being more reforested than deforested is huge. My understanding is that we can have humans living in the forest. We are made to live in the forest. So let's go to the Amazon, not only to visit, but let's go live there. Let's go to everywhere, to Brazil, to our home. So all of these communities, they can only have these communities if we have the individuals, because everyone work together. And at the end, myself as a young person, one of the youngest to speak here today, what we want is to raise our kids without having to explore anyone and without being explored. That's what it's all about. And so the cooperative cocoa fruit here is a commodity, and it's a plant that requires a forest. We are discovering cocoa and chocolate and cocoa honey. If you never tried it, try it, learn about it. There are things that were discarded. We were throwing gold away in the mud. So there's a lot to do, but there's a long path to run. God is great, and in our country, we live in a tropical country that we need to assess this reality. Now, let's talk about bioeconomy. I think this is the real blockchain. If you didn't understand yet what is the blockchain, what is it all about? It's a solution to give some ballast to the energy. Because first we invented agriculture, then we invented the cities, and then we created money. So money, economy, the finance, it's always been a way. It's not the end of the story. It's a means to an end. So you don't see a lot of graphics in my presentation, because that is not the focus of my presentation here today. If you need any more detailing, we can discuss this later. But this is a few examples of companies that we've been working with. Viva Floresta is a company that is it's an e-commerce marketplace that allows us to gather all productions and add value and direct the agriculture to the internal economy, to the people, to talk to our people. And now we have a few of the works that we developed with Blink Bioscience. The same way my grandfather, Maurílio, found a good use for vinasse that was discarded in the rivers. We created Blink Bioscience, which is it's a company that uses yeast from ethanol fermentation. And we have Supertech, which optimizes combustion, because Blink Bioscience and Supertech related to our history. We are here talking about energy assets, right? And we are discussing here saying that there's no other way of producing energy that is not by the use of photosynthesis. So that's why here I mentioned producing and preserving. So we need to produce and preserve. These are synonyms. We need to do both. We cannot produce without preserving. We cannot compensate or offset. We need to go to the field. This is an example of an experiment that we made. It's one of the focus of our institute. Production of foods and foodstuff between the tree lines. There are some other pictures that I was not able to show. We had an experiment with cotton as well. We were able to have the produce cotton within the tree lines above national average, but the issues of agriculture, if you're a producer, you know, direct planting, handling of the soil, these are the issues that we're still working with. We're still working with war machinery, old technology. I'm talking to Embrapa. Maybe we can have a project to use the military in the agricultural business. We don't need missile or bombs or ships or vessels. We need to plant beans. We need to plant rice. So why not direct these efforts? This is sovereignty, national security, occupying these territories. So my time is over. Just to wrap up here, a little bit of our institute. Maurílio Biagi, there are two quotes here. He said that, I believe a lot in the ability of men. The most important task of a company is to train people. The administrator who hopes to find man-made will fail. So the importance of working with education, with memory, and going back to our roots. And Roberto Antonelli Filho, that's the importance of the name of Antonelli. He's one of the greatest workers in Amazon. He was coordinator of IBAMA and SOS Amazonia. You probably heard about my uncle. He was a brilliant scientist. And these are the two bases, preserving and producing. And they are synonyms. I would like to say here another sentence here that is from a great professor, Professor Ernest. Let's pay our debt. Let's pay our debts. Because his famous sentence, his quote is, let's plant water, but now let's pay the debts. That's the message. Thank you, everyone. I would like to thank Bill and Familia Nastadi for the invite to be here today. They were really close families. We've been working together, and thank you all. And remind people from RenovaBio of our energy sources from photosynthesis. And we were a little bit pissed with photosynthesis. Let's stop war. Let's start making peace. Let's go into a peace agriculture. Let's make things simple. Let's manage what we really need to manage. That's it. Thank you very much.
Very good. Congratulations, Vinicius. Vinicius carries the name of our panel, Producing and Preserve. So, and Antonelli is the last name of one of the people who fought the most for the environmental preservation in Brazil. So, to wrap up the final presentation in our panel, I'd like to invite Christian Lobauer, President of CropLife Brazil, to give his presentation. Thank you, Gustavo. Well, by the end of the day, the last one to speak in the panel, well, there are advantages and disadvantages. The advantages is that you have spoke of everything, and the disadvantage is that I should be quick in my presentation so that I don't become boring. When Luis and he presented the GAF project and the subject was about sustainability and food production and security, I thought to myself that it was the ideal moment for CropLife to present itself and sponsor the event and also provide contributions for the overall reflection. This is what we intend to do, and I was requested to join this panel, which deals on approaching the challenges and opportunities of sustainable agriculture. Gustavo has already made a very good introduction on the use of land in Brazil. We saw the material that Evaristo developed, that was perfected by Institute, everyone is using in the world, should be knowing about it. If you don't, well, I know that there are lots of foreigners here today, and that's a good sign. We should be working on these issues systematically. And Bruno's presentation was complete. He gave the diagnosis of the entire scenario. What are the problems we are facing? And the basic theme is that the Brazilian agriculture is already sustainable. We presented facts, numbers, and very good information. We work with sustainability. We do have problems. We have illegal mining, deforestation. Yes, we do. We have illegal logging. Sure, we do have. There are people who don't employ good production practices. Absolutely. But the agribusiness has been built around a sustainable view. Bruno mentioned all the aspects that are important. The ABC plan, direct planting, captation of nitrogen in the soil, the use of animal waste, everything has already been part of the conversation. This has been our reality, and the world hasn't received this information in an organized manner, and we are the ones, we are absolutely, almost being obliged to do that in an organized manner. PanAgro, along with Apex and CropLife, all these companies and agencies are working towards that with Europeans and Americans, but it takes a little time. There's a lot of politics involved, but I'd like to say that Bruno's presentation was complete. He also gave some solutions of public policies that should be applied and are not being applied. Resources, firefight brigade, equipment. So the diagnosis is ready for Brazil. And then Vinicius gave a very surprising presentation because it's quite different from what we are used to be seeing here. So he used a different language, a new presentation, a new approach, a proposal. If you allow me, give an adjective. Please don't offend with it, but this is a sort of a laboratorial proposal, like look at how many things we could be doing that we don't know how they could be. Take a look at the universe of things we could be doing. We could be doing a lot of things without destroying other beings and the nature. And I agree absolutely. And Gush's method is presented at my son's school, and I think that, yes, it's a very good method, and I told at my son's school that there was someone who was presenting the Gush method with organic food, productive property, and so on. What about large-scale agriculture that has to respond to these issues and these issues? This is something that we can't avoid. Growing population and increasing demand. These are data related to the limited universe. What is sustainability after all? The resources are limited. Period. You can't contest that. How can we use resources wisely so that can maintain life and biodiversity and nature in a somewhat regenerative condition? How can we do that? We should try to meet these challenges all at the same time. We can't have a diagnosis like the analysis that was done by Gustavo, the diagnosis that was done by Bruno, and having an avant-garde knowledge. We can't have all these things without facing such an emergential reality that is this. The nature environments are being degraded, the population is on the rise, and people have to eat. When we have to deal with all this stuff at the same time. And one of the answers is quite typical to the industry that I represent. And the answer comes from technology. And this is something that has been left unsaid to my humble presentation. But growing population, increasing demand, the responses are in the technology. And technology means a lot. And some of the ideas that are mentioned by Vinicius, they are technology, but the technology that we represent is the vegetal development for the production of crops and consequently attack by microorganisms that attack plants, insects, fungi, weeds that compete against the main plant, and along with that, biotechnology, the entire universe of genetic engineering and genetic editing that could make better seeds, make more productive, completely new plants with its maximum capacities, transforming the genetic design of plants, and finally a new universe that are the bioagrochemicals. These are the new frontier, together with other solutions, so that we can have all these integrated technologies that can give answers to these permanent challenges. So things, they are not exclusive here. This is the first step we should be taking to, try to end this binary view that we have currently. Things are not exclusive of one another. We should find the right path for the collective benefit. Trying to answer these questions, I will skip many of these nice sentences, but well, innovation, best technology practices, and efficiency in production that can become increasingly higher. It is something that relates to what you presented, and it's something that relates to the 100 bags of soybeans. I know that we are at an average of 60, but still we are trying to do all these things at the same time. This is where the answers should come from. Well, this is the diagram I mentioned before. Well, here we have the Brazilian position. We are protagonists. We are at the avant-garde of these conversations. The world won't be able to solve its problems if Brazil doesn't position itself in a proactive manner. And here, there is a sort of a mix of the entire conversation. Concentric circles that include tools, technologies and practices. So our entity represents just a part of that. What we sell as CropLife. We are an industry of pesticides and agrochemicals, and we work also with the combined biotech, and we work on the technology side from the standpoint of equipment. I can't quite really remember the word.
Snack
Enfim,
is
é a
supporting
tecnologia
10
dos
French
equipamentos,
Boston
né?
potato farmers
Toda
to
essa
launch the Orange
combinação,
Potato Program.
estamos tendo uma
Kellogg is
invasão aqui do
partnering with
som.
its long-standing flake supplier, Clairbo Potatoes, and
A
Soil
organização
Capital,
está
an independent
cruzando o áudio
economic
em
technology
inglês aqui para a
company
gente também.
that supports
Toda
farmers in the
essa
transition to a more
combinação, acho que
profitable
é
and
pouco a
regenerative.
We are having some technical difficulties. We will resume the interpretation shortly. We apologize.
As melhores práticas de produção que incorporam também pouco do que você falou, mas às vezes
And
tem
another
uma
one
certa
that I'd like
dúvida
to
se é
share
possível.
a little bit closer to home
Você colocou
is
a
our
questão, por exemplo,
Mexico corn
você fez
program.
teste de
So
algodão
this
na floresta e
multi-year
teve índices de
partnership
produtividade talvez maiores do que os índices de produção.
Okay, so resuming the interpretation, I'm curious to know if that can be paired. I'm not sure how the calculation is done, if that's possible, after all. But still, that can be discussed. And finally, the combination of technology is what makes us reach the answers to the challenges we have. Specifically, on the point of new technologies, there is the challenge of public policies that was not mentioned by Bruno, and I would like to add that. And it comes to the approval of new technologies within the Brazilian regulatory system. The system of biological products that is seen with a lot more empathy, and we have seen much more often the number of biological products being approved, and there are the chemical products that have chemical molecules that are much more find much more difficult in their approval. And it seems to be a problem, in my opinion, because I think we should have much more agility and capability in the approval for chemicals and not that much for biological products, since they don't represent such a problem, really. I know that you mentioned some multinational companies and etc. There is no such a thing as multinational defending their own market, in my view. I think there is something that is called intellectual property, and here we can't, move things around, so if people have their farm and want to set it on fire, they can do it. But what they can't do, what they aren't allowed to do, is to get a biological commercial product, copy it, and spray it without paying the rights of the company that holds the intellectual property. There are Brazilian companies that make these kinds of products, and good ones, effective products, growing 50% a year. But there is no regulation for respecting intellectual property as it should. And there is a sanitary issue that is much more severe in my view. There is no market protection, and the industry keep on saying that they want things to be done in their way, but no, there should be an isonomy really here. These practices that don't follow the regulation, they can generate a sanitary imbalance. We are working with bacteria, with viruses here, so there should be some regulation. So, like, it's not about multinationals that want to prevent farmers and producers from using their own homemade solutions, but it is interesting for our industry that those who make the production of biologic solutions in the right way, with the right tools and the right process, will become a member of these associations. So a bioplant that is well set and good to go, that's interesting. And these products, they are cheaper than agrochemicals, so we should be facing this reality in the market. So I think that we should be considering this market aspect, and this was mentioned in this parallel conversation with the government, the president and ministers. I think we should be looking at the national interest. This development of our sector is something of national interest, regardless of political parties. So if producers have the chance to choose from more options, it is much better. Otherwise, we won't have that because we are not competent enough when it comes to regulatory issues. And finally, I think that I've presented most of the ideas I wanted, but it is the most important thing about GAF and this event that we are having here, and I'm such privileged to wrap up this session. It is that this forum can present its brand, its proposals. There are 50 companies that are part of CropLife. There are 40 that work with seeds and 26 that work with agrochemicals. So it's not about taking over the world, really. I think that we are all together in the same institution, concerned about the accessibility of technology to rural producers. So I really would like to praise the Nova Era institution that it should become a business, in my view. I think if it becomes a business, we are allowing the following chapters to be written, and they are the production of food. And I mean, it's not an exaggeration. We have this in Brazil as our vocation. The world needs Brazil. We should not be, making self-promotion, but really, Brazil should adapt to it, should be responsible enough to do it in a good way with sustainability, with all the data that were mentioned by Gustavo, with all the policies that were questioned by Bruno, with all the opportunities that you pointed to us in your presentation. They are pretty much very welcome, and I believe this is what I wanted to bring you in such an improvised way, with less slides and more of conversation, and if there is an opportunity for debate, it will be great for us to talk. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we wrapped up with a great presentation here, this panel, and now we have approximately 10 minutes for a small debate here, a small discussion. I had one question for each one of you. I'm sure I'll not be able to ask them all, but I chose one question that may be answered by all of you. I think Bruno talked about the public policy part of it with some directions to improve the image of Brazilian agriculture and livestock production. Vinicius showed spectacular examples of syntropic regenerative agriculture, and Christian mentioned a specific point about technology that were able to increase the competitiveness of our agricultural segments with more quality and better products for the consumer markets. So my question for all of you is, we have 3 ways of increasing food production anywhere in the world. There's only 3 ways of increasing food production in the world: increasing productivity, increasing the grown area, or intensify the use of the land. Which one do you believe is the best way? Do you believe we can have sustainability on these 3 stages, or we need to select 1 or 2 of them to be able to increase our production of food and energy in Brazil? Bruno, let's start with you. You were the first one to speak, so you're now the first one to speak as well. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleagues for their presentations. And Gustavo, I think your question, the main answer to it is that we can have gains in productivity and intensification of land use. The area is not discarded as well. I think productivity is the main factor because of the main things that we discussed during our presentations. Develop better technology. Christian brought a lot of inputs regarding this subject that we can make it scale up in the field. So I would stick with productivity, but the Brazilian legislation allows expansion of area depending on the biomes, and maybe in the future, depending on the demand of food that we're going to have in the world, and depending on the level of technology that we'll have, year by year we have evolutions, but this is not discarded, right? So I believe that the main factor is, and there is space in Brazil for incrementing productivity, especially in livestock. We see that bovine livestock production, it's been improving, and it has conditions to evolve even more. So to be go to the point here, I would stick to productivity, but without discarding the other 2 pillars. This the economic context will show how to calibrate each of these options. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you for your answer. Vinicius, from your perspective of a more syntropic agriculture, more in contact with the nations, do you believe in the 3 options as well? Yes, I believe in agriculture. Like I said, this binary thing, I'm an Olympic athlete, and we play aquatic polo. We played the Junior Pan American Games together. I played the pre-Olympic Games as well, and it's really rich to be able to discuss this. We can understand each other. So productivity, increased area, and or intensification of land use, right? So I think intensification of land use and availability of area to work with people. I think scaling up is one thing. One person can work 1,000 hectares, but 1,000 people can work 1,000 hectares. And as a good Italian, small properties there have high added value. So working with adding value to the production is also something that is really important. For example, there was a point that sugar was cheaper than sand in France. There are water concessions that they have 800,000 liters of water to produce sugar, and the sugar is cheaper than water. Then why doesn't he just sell water, right? So these are some of the questions that we need to ask. I believe that, for example, I'll give you an example here. Like Bruno mentioned, you in Brapa talk about the native lands, the native indigenous lands. If they have the lands and they can't work on these lands, they can't produce anything on these lands, and they can't just grow anything on those lands. So they need to be preserved and protected. So these indigenous people, they are able to do it. They can understand it. They are Brazilians after all, right? Why shouldn't they have access to all the data and information and be able to work with them? So I think that this question extends to the communities, to the societies. Make people produce more, have productive landscaping in the cities, not only agrotherapy. Instead of going to therapy, go work with in the soil. Let's grow some trees and some plants. It has an antidepressive effect. Wonderful, Vinicius. It's a very different view on the agricultural segment that really needs to be considered, right? Yes, I'm going to stick with productivity. I'm not an agronomist. I'm not a veterinarian. I didn't study at ESOC or Viçosa or Lavras. I'm an intruder here. But the more and more I came into this business, the more I learn with the people I work with. And if I was 20 years old today, I was going to study biotechnology, because I think that it's a science that is so wonderful, it's so extraordinary, and you need a lot of responsibility to study and manipulate the genes. But it's so impressive. It's so impressive what we can do with that to create, for example, a rice seed that survives 15 days underwater, or corn seeds that can face the water stress that we have today. In the Caatinga region, for example, being able to produce soy there with 600 milliliters a year. This is all with the seeds. This universe of biotechnology is the new frontier of knowledge, of the new sciences all around the world. Biotech is it. It needs to do with a lot of responsibility, of course, because it can generate some confusion there. I don't think human genetics, maybe sometimes we get scared about that, but with plants and the consequences on a production of foods, I think it's wonderful. So I think it's productivity. If we have space to grow here in Brazil, 19 million hectares of lands that we can use, wonderful. I don't know how long this will take, but I see that productivity by means of biotech, this is the big thing about of all of our discussion here. Yes, three views that are different for the same question. This is the great summary for this panel today. We're able to discuss sustainability and the role of production inside sustainability with different views, but synergistic, always thinking on how we can produce more and preserve even more. So I'd like to thank all of you, and wrapping up our panel here, I'd like to thank the organizers of our event, Dr. Plinio, Luis Felipe, and everyone. You allowed us great opportunity to discuss these ideas. I would like to have at least one more day with each one of you here. I think we'll have these opportunities. We can schedule other discussions in the future, but I'll leave here today convinced that Brazil will still be a protagonist in terms of production and preservation, because we have good people, we have good thinking minds here, thinking strategically. And thinking about what Vinicius said, we're in a military area. I'm an intruder in the military area. Embrapa is the only civil entity within that region. And to win a war, you need three things. You need a strategy, you need tactics, and skill. And I think the strategy has been discussed here today. We have strategic people and strategic agencies and entities that are able to really direct our good actions for the future of the agricultural segment. And I'm sure that on the other end, the Brazilian rural producer will have all the weapons and the tools required to execute all this technology that has been researched and all the strategy that have been discussed about the future of sustainability in Brazil. They will be connected and they'll be able to execute more and more sustainable agriculture. Congratulations again to everyone. Great event. What a great day. And I think that tomorrow we'll be here again together for new panels and new discussions. Thanks everyone. Christian, Vinicius, Bruno from Brasilia, and big hug to all. We'll see you tomorrow.
Today's schedule for this arena. Thank you all for watching. Tomorrow, in the afternoon, we will resume with our simultaneous arenas. I invite you all to check the full schedule on globalagribusinessforum.com.
Empresas parceiras no segmento do agronegócio. Pioneiros em emissões de títulos agro e mercado de capitais como CPR, CDCA e CRA. Temos um portfólio completo de produtos financeiros que inclui mesa de derivativos e câmbio. Além disso, atuamos de forma integrada na cadeia de distribuição das agroindústrias. Com inteligência setorial, por meio de pessoas dedicadas, acompanhamos tendências de mercado e atuamos com protagonismo. Isso inclui a agenda ESG, que é parte importante da nossa meta de compromissos até 2030, por um futuro mais leve. Porque nós, do Banco BV, acreditamos no agronegócio sustentável que ajuda a mover o Brasil.
Mais do que alimentos, o campo produz desenvolvimento, para quem está longe ou perto. É lá que tudo começa, onde se colhe a história e se planta o futuro. É o lugar em que a evolução vem da inovação, conectando a terra e a tecnologia a todos os lugares e a todas as pessoas. Crop Life Brasil, conectados pelo campo, juntos pelo futuro.
Nós da Bayer temos o compromisso de contribuir para o amplo acesso à saúde e à alimentação. Aqui na divisão de Crop Science, somos uma equipe global responsável com foco em pesquisa e inovação. A sustentabilidade é o valor que nos guia. Como uma das líderes do setor, temos o dever e a responsabilidade de enfrentar questões climáticas para a proteção da biodiversidade. Inovação é outra prioridade. Oferecemos aos agricultores as melhores soluções a partir de uma combinação única de sementes e biotecnologias, proteção de cultivos e ferramentas digitais. É nossa missão também utilizar a tecnologia para unir e alavancar dados de nossos produtos e operações. Nossa paixão pela descoberta nos motiva a não desistir de buscar as respostas necessárias para termos um futuro melhor, com saúde para todos, fome para ninguém.
Você sabe o que é um FIAGRO e no que ele investe? Os FIAGROs vieram para facilitar as empresas do agronegócio a acessar o mercado de capitais e assim aproximar ainda mais o setor dos investidores. Funciona assim. O fundo faz uma captação no mercado com diversos investidores que buscam investir no agronegócio. Após essa captação e com o dinheiro em mãos, o fundo, com a sua equipe de gestores especializados, faz empréstimos para as empresas inseridas na cadeia do agronegócio. Quando as empresas fazem os pagamentos dos empréstimos, o fundo fica apenas com a taxa de administração. E, dependendo do fundo, uma taxa de performance, que são taxas pré-acordadas e que não irão mudar durante a vida do produto. Todo o restante dos rendimentos é repassado aos cotistas do fundo. Além disso, os FIAGROs podem oferecer diversos outros benefícios para os investidores, como a distribuição de rendimentos isentos de imposto de renda para pessoas físicas, investimento inicial baixo, diversificação setorial e regional dos investimentos, seleção e gestão de operações por um time experiente e focado no setor, diversificação na sua carteira de investimentos com alocação em um setor tão importante para o Brasil, e as cotas, em geral, são listadas na bolsa, proporcionando liquidez diária aos investidores.
Okay, all panels have been ended. Let's watch the video. It's not